Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host Phontomen. Welcome to the show. Um, Today we're playing Psycho Patrol R, and rather than introduce the game itself, I'm gonna let the introductory cutscene do that for us because we're in for a time. Although, granted, I kind of know how to play most of this game somewhat properly. Yeah! Yeah, that's all you get! Okay, folks. Welcome to Psycho Patrol R again. Let me turn the game down because it's incredibly fucking loud. And the settings don't save currently. Let's see here. Yes. Also, the interface is quite interesting. Right, so, yeah, can you tell this is made by the people who make Cruelty Squad? I think you can. However, I think that in some ways, that's a trap. However, I think they actually know that, no, they didn't. Right, so that still needs to be turned on, and we're in the, actually, we're at full screen now, so it should be using, these, for some reason, don't seem to work properly. Like, it says double click to select, and it doesn't work. However, you can manually do it, I think. I'm not really sure what's going on here. A lot of the stuff doesn't work correctly. Cruelty Squad Isekai? Yes and no. Look, your guess is as good as mine with what the hell is actually going on here, aside from we work for the police. Probably. And then there's this guy named Lorenzo, who is just the nicest guy. Right, okay, so this should be working fine. The audio has gone completely down. That's probably a little too low. Right, okay, so we're gonna start a new game. And just to preface, I have played about 6 hours of the game. I didn't really do very much aside from just kind of attempt to figure out what the fuck's going on here. And so I did some things, and I learned some things. However, this is a very narratively driven game, and I avoided actually doing most of that because I was too busy trying to figure out exactly how the fuck we're going to play the game. So, there's still a lot to discover here because I kind of just had my own personal tutorial with it. Right, so, while there are different classes, I think we're just gonna stick with the recruit just to be somewhat classy here. You know, we're you know, an upstanding, new, bright-eyed member of the police force, or the Psycho Patrol. Or part of the police, I think. Look, things get very weird from the get-go here, so, we're just some guy, right? We're just some guy. We're gonna play on normal, because I did actually go down to play very easy, and, kind of toyed with the game a bit. It doesn't really get that much easier. That might be just because it's not actually finished yet, because it's still in early access! Welcome to Psycho Patrol R. This is our office. If you, don't know, you could actually open the blinds and look out on the ever-expanding, maze of, something. Very nice garden maze, it up against the, you know, the blank void of the sky box. We just have loaded, armed hand grenades sitting on our desk over here. Right. Okay, so. By the way, you can't pick up the phone. It just makes noise. Right, okay, so, our first order of business is to talk to Lorenzo Visconti, over there, clearly marked. Because, that actually starts the video game. And if you, don't do that, very strange and interesting things happen. I have some theories on why those happen, but we're gonna let the game play out. But, we work for the Psycho Patrol, and we hunt psychohazards. What's a psychohazard? It's kind of like, you ever play Metal Gear Solid 2? You know when the Colonel says, that thing about, something about information being preserved on the internet in all its triteness? So, stupid people can believe wrong information over and over and over again? Yeah, it's kind of what a psychohazard is. It's also metaphysical as well, so, I don't quite know what's going on here. I don't pretend to be an expert, I just work here. I need Scissors 61. Yeah, this game gets that about that schizo. But, alright, so, good morning, Lorenzo. Just the nicest guy. How can I help you? Right, so, we need to be put on the SLS panic case. That's our first case, because, yeah, this is an investigative drama. Which is quite something. Not many people expected that, and it's more of an investigative drama than you would actually realize. Because it just looks like Cruelty Squad, and you have the impulse to play it the same way, but it's not Cruelty Squad. It, in some ways, is, but it also is not. So, it's very much its own thing. Anyway. Wait, so you're actually killing Reddit? Yeah, this game seems to be designed to kill Reddit. Like, it seems designed to filter Redditors that think they understand Cruelty Squad on a deeper level than it needs to be understood. As seen by the jokes the developers are making on Twitter. But anyway, thanks for dropping by. How's your time here so far? We literally just woke up 5 minutes ago. I do hope it's pleasant. We do everything in our power to have a safe and enjoyable working environment here. About work, there's something I need you to look into, urgently. We've been contacted about someone spreading psychohazardous content relating to sodium lauryl sulfate, a chemical that is used in cosmetics to improve foaming in shampoo, toothpaste, and so on. Foam activator. We know it can sometimes worsen mouse ulcers. It gives you fucking canker sores. Great, fantastic. I was already suspicious of shampoo, but there we go. Now we've actually said it. But the psychohazard relates to a claim that it can cause cancer or hair loss, and that avoiding products containing it could also cure cancer or stop balding. We have a suspicion that a manufacturer, or even some sort of coalition of them, of so-called natural cosmetics might be behind this. The Greens spreading lies? Oh god, how incomprehensible. Not only is this dangerous for cancer patients, but it's severely destabilizing for the psychological patterns of susceptible targets. It will affect stupid people in very adverse ways. If something like this was to infect the psychological framework of the European Food Safety Authority, the result could be disastrous. In a chaotic system like our society, something like this could lead to a hideous end for so many souls. So far, we have no leads at all. It's up to you to figure this out. But I believe you're the right person for this job. Good luck, officer. Yeah, so he's not kidding. You are given this case, and now you need to go and ask around to figure this shit out entirely on your own. This is, from what I can tell, the majority of the game. Welcome to an investigative drama where you actually have to fucking investigate things, which means talking to a lot of people and just snooping around. And this will include shooting people, but that's not the optimal way of doing this. But okay, I like stuff like this. Yeah, this is a very brainy game for what it is. Because once you start to react to every situation with violence, you realize that you're doing something innately wrong in some respects. You could still get away with it, but the game gives you freedom, but then showcases using that freedom at all times at, turning the volume up to 11 isn't exactly the best way of playing it. You actually have to exercise personal restraint with complete freedom. You have to play ball with the game, or you lose out on what the game actually is, the investigative drama. So this is... It's a very bizarre and unique game, from what I've understood. But yeah, so we're given a case. Figure it the fuck out, kid. Anyway, what's a psychohazard? A concept I've personally been developing for a long time now. How a psychological forms or constructs becomes flesh in the physical world and causes all kinds of societal illness, crime. All strife in the modern world can be traced back to the proliferation of psychological weapons and their use, both intentional and unintentional. A psychohazard is essentially a virus of the mind and a rapidly replicating autonomous machine. We fight brain rot. We literally fight brain rot and misinformation. That's our job. Okay, so what's the Psycho Patrol? Where do I work? I've just been hired here. This unit of ours, my pride and joy, new type of policing built around the modern criminology that fully acknowledges the existence of psychohazards. Fully acknowledges the existence of brain rot. This new paradigm will allow us to tackle crime at its root, rather than treating the symptoms. A total transformation, a transcendental revolution of the brain-body world. The first anti-fascist, anti-Hitlerite police tactical unit in the world. Lorenzo, I'm gonna be honest here. You're just saying words? But go on. Tell me about love, Lorenzo. What do you know about love? Log entry added. Be very careful about this, because this is very important up here, because you actually have to check your log, because that's actually kind of the process of you figuring shit out. Again, shit the game doesn't tell you, and I needed 6 hours to learn all of this shit. And I still barely scratched the surface of what the fuck the game is. I know how to get into debt, though. Oh, dear God, I know how to get into debt. I know how to uselessly spend money and hopelessly spiral into debt. That I know all about. I'm an expert. It is a very complex human emotion. One I must say remains utterly unknown to me. I mean, same. I'm a very career-oriented person, which doesn't leave me much time for personal relationships. Still, it's beautiful in itself, a great mystery of the human brain, and extremely relevant to the study of psychohazards. Debt max, exactly. Thank you, TD Rob. Yeah, we'll get to explaining that one right after this. Reichman analysis. Yes, you should see our Reichman psychoanalyst, Hellman Set, at least twice a week for character analysis. The work of Wilhelm Reich is the cornerstone of our work. The thing that sets us apart from vulgar authoritarian policing. Lorenzo, I'm gonna be entirely honest, this statement is gonna ring very funny very soon. We have to loosen our muscular armors and deconstruct our neurosis to be efficient as pragmatic and anti-Hitlerite officers of law. Lorenzo, you're just saying shit now. I don't even know what that means. I'm from 2025 and I have no idea what the fuck that means anymore. Not only that, but our free-flowing orgone energy gives us a decisive edge in the 21st century combat. Yeah, orgone is... I've not quite understood how the fuck to use orgone properly, aside from its boost. It's fucking quick boost. The UI is less cancerous in the last game. Well, you can still see the very much designed to be somewhat uncomfortable elements of it. But yes, that's Lorenzo. That's our boss. We've been given a job. It's figure out who's spreading misinformation and brain rot about SLS, because saying the actual chemical name is incredibly hard. We're working for the cosmetics industry currently, I suppose, but yeah, so yeah, we're on to debt maxing. Before we have to talk to literally everyone here. It's very important that you actually talk to literally everyone that you can. Right, so here's the debt machine. Right, so this is our V-Stalker. It's our own personal giant robot. It also bleeds money the moment we actually do anything with it. So we actually have to exercise a tremendous amount of restraint when utilizing this. However, there are some cases where we are forced to use this and spend money like we're going to the fucking electric chair. It's a very interesting system. It's kind of disappointing the way it's played out, but it's still entertaining as a means to, like, have a game. It's still the debt machine, though. Dear God. This thing is gonna waste so much money. How does it waste money? It's the ammo. It's the fucking... We pay for every round we fire. And those get very expensive very quick. You think, oh, well, $3.04... Yeah, $3.40 a round. That isn't too bad, right? Oh, it gets bad. You need more dividends to float the munition expenses. Yes, but, you also have to be very careful with the money that you have because, if you're not careful with the amount of force that you use, you will go into debt and you will never actually have any money to invest in dividends. Quite the normal 21st century man experience. I'd love to invest in the stock market, but I haven't got any money! Speaking of which, because I believe we already have some armor currently. Right, so we have level 2A body armor, which is not fantastic, but I'm gonna try and keep the orange vest because we're playing Demented Patlabor. This is the look. Man, this is the look. We're the poster child of the Psycho Patrol here, and it's basically just, really someone's, like, school, like, elementary school, like, class drawing of Patlabor that they went back years later after becoming an accomplished painter and then just kind of, like, painted over the, like, within the lines. It's the art style of this game in its actual promotional art is very strange. We're retarded, but we're actually much older now and looking back on that with some skills that we didn't have when we were a stupid child. I should have invested in Bitcoin during kindergarten or whatever. Aw, man. TD Rob, I'm gonna be entirely honest, you sound like an NPC in this game right now. Honestly, that sounds like something an NPC in this game would say. Man, I should have come out of the womb and invested in fucking Bitcoin. Then I'd be rich. Anyway, right, so, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the stock market, because of course, there's a stock market app. However, we are, an incredibly poor peon, and, we have no money. And also, no, credentials. So we can only buy... Well, we can buy more than one stock, but we can only make one transaction on the stock market per day. We can fix this, but we have to go do a quest to do this, which also requires a lot of money. Anyway, so, the European Federal Police, or EFP, which is who we work for, that looks like a dip. We're gonna buy that dip. And now we have no money, which is actually probably better because, oh boy, are we gonna die a lot in this fucking game. Oh, dying is part of the process, though. It's failure, but it's also required in order to learn things. However, oh dear God, are we gonna die? So, you don't want money on you when you die because you drop it, and these are some Dark Souls mechanics I don't agree with, but smart investment saves the day here. We invest in the company that we're a part of. Dude, I had like a Bitcoin wallet that had 20 Bitcoin in it, and the hard drive that had the wallet got fried by a bolt of lightning. God said, no, you can't have like $2 million. That's very sad. God works in mysterious ways, and he said, no, you're not getting out of it that easy. That's incredibly unfortunate, but... Right, so, first off, we should access our computer. But first, you know what, we're gonna actually lay this out here in terms of, some logic here, because we don't know our password, but we do know our password. So, let's just start knocking on doors here, because there's a lot to do, even, like, in the office before we leave. God help us, we need to stay away from the debt machine. Anyway, so this is the psychologist. Love, work, and knowledge are the wellsprings of our life. They should also govern it. William Reich. Okay. Character analysis. When you're ready, you could use my computer to input data about your neurosis. The ones I don't know about yet. If you want, I can give you a massage to help loosen your muscular armor. No thanks, Doc. Organic apparition. With enough practice, you can summon and converse with your bioenergetic, right. Energetic subconscious by pressing O. Press the O button to summon the energy within yourself and render it visible. What does that look like?
Yay.
It's Beyond. Hi, Beyond.
Yay.
Beyond, what the fuck are you? I'm an apparition of energy, as through a haze, a spectral omen floating above a warm meadow, a trickle of blood running underneath the iridescent summer blue. Beyond, what the fuck does that mean? Like, that sounds very meaningful. However, I'm retarded. Could you explain that better, please, in more simple terms? Other than you're a figment of my fucking imagination. Or rather, not, but yes. I don't know, man. Is it a mod? No, it's not. Hey, what do you think about Lorenzo? That Lorenzo guy sure is pretty cool and charismatic, boss. I can see you like him a lot. We like him way too much, but that's our character. What do you know about this case? I don't know, I'm sorry, boss. I just don't know anything about this. It's so convoluted. Could be anyone or anything behind us. Let's ask around. My thoughts exactly Beyond, but that's Beyond. Actually, wait. Something he doesn't have any money, obviously, because he's quite literally an incorporeal blob of psychic energy. But do you have anything? No, you don't. Also, by the way, it took me about 5 hours to figure out where the barter thing was, because I was looking for a shop to sell things, and you can do that to basically anybody, but this up here was unknown to me, because I have horrifying tunnel vision. I am a very broken and deranged man. So, small buttons like this are a journey to realize they fucking exist. A shopkeep in the residential area had to tell me that I could do that. However, this was, again, 5 hours into the game. So, what a wonder it is, when your game has no tutorial. But, in a sense, it's an adventure like that. An adventure in being retarded. Anyway. We don't need Beyond here. Okay, Psycho Patrol. At first I was skeptical about working for the monopoly on violence, but it didn't take much for Lorenzo to convince me. He knows his Reich, and this is a great opportunity to de-Hitlerify the federal police from the inside. I don't know, man. Those words don't mean... What does that even mean anymore, man? You can apply that to anything. Anyway, so if we access the doctor's computer, we can give ourselves better stats. I have no idea what any of these do, aside from, obviously, strength and vitality give us more health, and I believe it said damage resistance. Influences your health, maximum oxygen level, and different resistances. We're not very resistant to bullets, though. Toxicity is a thing, though. You can be poisoned and you can die almost immediately. Strength allows you to lift and throw heavier objects. Also, it's nighttime and time to be kind of concerning with the soundtrack. Perception, they won't tell me what perception means. Speed, nothing. Agility, absolutely nothing. Bioenergy, absolutely nothing. Luck, you can kind of guess what that means. Lack, I don't know what this means, but it's probably the inverse of Lucky 10. How high can we make the lack stat and actually still play the game? Like, what's the inverse of Lucky 10? Unlucky Fred? Anyway, Doc, I'm stealing this. I'm gonna need this later. You have to watch out for our mental health, after all, which is why you give us free alcohol. Okay, so, who the fuck are you? Okay, random civilian. Enforcers of the so-called imperialist mass cult, I believe. What's us? The police. Investment advice. I've been stocking up on consumer soft products myself. It seems ready to burst according to the inverted triangle forming up on the week chart. Yes, the lines, man. The lines are telling me this is a good stock play. Well, I'll get on that as soon as I have any fucking money whatsoever. But yes, consumer soft products, i.e. the developers of the game. It's also funny because almost immediately I asked for investment advice when I got the game, and I walked into a guy who told me the stock was going down, and that was rather funny. Anyway, so polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. The smell is so good, I can't believe they're bad for you. Aromatic microplastics? That's probably bad if you're literally just breathing in microplastics. But something tells me we're very far past this, in this society at least. Anyway, sodium lauryl sulfate? SLS, because it's easier to fucking say. I heard it's bad for your skin, hair, and DNA. Scary stuff. See, the misinformation has already got to him. He's infected with the brain rot. It's very terminal. However, these people can be saved. All you have to do is flash something directly in their face over and over again, and eventually they'll believe it. That's usually how it works. I mean, microplastics are stored in the balls, apparently. Jesus fucking Christ. This is the future we live in. Anyway, right, so, alright, here's Beatrice, who is special enough to get her own art, which is, quite honest, I think she's, like, she might be a riff on the girl from Pat Labor, like, the female pilot. I can never remember the name off the top of my head, but I think she's somewhat a reference to her in an extraordinarily demented way, which is usually how this game works. So there are some clear references to things, and they're all incredibly demented. Like this woman's passive dialogue. Anyway, why do you like me so much? Your unflinching conduct at the Brussels food riots that led to your promotion was a sight to behold. I could have never used a dagger like that. It is, as they say, life is a line of poetry written with a splash of blood. Ha ha. Yeah, she's a psycho, but we're all fucking terrible. We're in the fucking Psycho Patrol. This is clearly what we do. It's about time I get to be a part of something like this. Something new and vital, bursting with energy. Uh-huh. Anti-cocaine task force. They seem to have a problem with us. Maybe they see us as a threat to their funding. Bribery. Sometimes what you need to get someone talking is a bit of monetary compensation, though keep in mind the wealth level of the person. If the amount you offer is too little, it could be seen as an insult. Right, so yeah, you see the hostility here? If we give them money, that goes down, and they will talk to us more? I'm not quite sure how everything works here, though, because there's a very complicated stat system going on here, or at least a rudimentary one. Like, for example, the perception stat that, like, the detective and the commissariat, I think? Like, the political officer? I can't remember exactly his class name. But yeah, they have very high perception, and I'm not exactly sure what that fucking does. But I'm pretty sure it probably does something in conversation. So this is kind of just, I have to play the game for hundreds of hours to really figure out exactly what the fuck this does. Or I could watch a 3-hour video essay on YouTube whenever the fuck anyone gets around to making those. However, that's lame, though. Play the fucking game yourself. It is a mystery. Truly, it is life. I'll figure out some crude way of thinking about it. What in the warp of this? It's demented Pat Labor. See? Everyone's wearing the orange vest. See? I've seen this anime before. Arthur Lund. Who hates us? I have nothing to say to you. Get lost. Yep. Yep. Doesn't want to say shit. He needs $5. Here's $5. You're very generous. 69. Nice. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. I'm thinking of quitting. I have my doubts about the concept, but there's potential. Vending machine. I would use it more if it had some more options, specifically a red wine that is actually drinkable. And energy drinks are for children. Yes, everyone in this future uses Coke. I'm not fucking kidding. Speaking of which, our fatigue is getting incredibly fucking high. We might literally pass out right here. Wilhelm Reich. That man knew what was up. Mm. See what happens when you give somebody $5? You get yourself into a conversation here. Anyway, I'm gonna go to my office and lay the fuck down before I literally die. Yeah, let's give it, 10 o'clock. Awakened and refreshed. However, we could also, there are many ways to counter fatigue aside from, like, eating things. So we could say, do we have, well, there's the whiskey and the energy drinks, obviously, which are somewhat toxic to us, but remove fatigue. There's also smoking, which, unfortunately, I don't think I have any cigarettes. Nope, yes I do. Right, so smoking a cigarette freezes the fatigue bar for as long as you're smoking the cigarette, which, yeah, after smoking for a week, yeah, I can tell you, yeah, accurate. Really. Anyway, snuff that shit up. And of course there's cocaine. It's how anyone lives. But anyway, we blew a day, and we got $349 in dividends, because they actually turn over daily. Congratulations! We managed to start the game and not immediately fall into crippling debt! Yay! Really quite an amazing accomplishment, because honestly, if you rush out of here and try to, like, explore the world, you will immediately be, like, negative $10,000 in the blink of an eye. So you have to take this game very slowly. And here's Giovanni, who is also hates us for some reason. So here's $5. Keep your change. What do you mean? Okay, well, you know what? I just got my dividend payment here, and we need to figure out this fucking case. So here's $20. Here's literally all of your net worth. Okay. But you want fucking more? Okay, well, here. Got. Wow, it's actually got diminishing returns. You see, this can be somewhat of a fool's errand here. Okay, fine. Here is a Benjamin. Shut your mouth. Okay, so, what do you know about psychohazards? Truly important stuff. The new paradigm of criminology. We're going to change things. I mean, I agree. He's getting more greedy as his wallet fattens, lol. Clearly, obviously. So, you could just... you need money to really do anything, but you have to control how much you're spending in order to maintain it. It's a very delicate balance. It's way more like razor wire than you would expect a game like Cruelty Squad to ever be. So, aside from, like, difficulty in shooting people. So you have to be very careful. This is a much slower game than Cruelty Squad. So much so that I think people, like, experience this and go, what the hell is going on? When they're just playing it wrong. But the thing is, the game doesn't tell you how to play, and it gives you absolute freedom. So you're going to play it wrong. It's almost expected that you play it wrong. The thing is, you kind of get over it and still try to, like, have fun with it. I want to like this game, because giant robot. However, the giant robot combat isn't exactly what I want it to be. However, I like what it's trying to do. And I also like its art style. Not in-game, though. Its promotional art is fucking fantastic. It's the most bizarre, fucking amazing thing I've ever seen. But I want to like this game, which is why I have the determination to continue playing it. But that being said, if you spent $40 on this and expected it to be immediately entertaining, I am kind of understanding why some people are disappointed. In fact, quite a lot of people are disappointed by how this game is going. However, the developer is already basically in the black right now, i.e. they've made back all the money they needed to stay in business. So that's good. So it doesn't really need a massive player base, and the developer seems to be happy with it being just financially successful. Everybody wins! Well, except for the people who wanted more, but they're just gonna have to learn how to like the game. Or, they're gonna have to wait for those video essays to make the game seem like it's really hip, insightful, and cool, and you need to be fucking playing it, then they'll show up. Which is usually how it works. Anyway, anti-fascism, which, words, that mean nothing! I'm not quite sure what you mean by this anymore, sir. I think commies are fascists, so yeah, I'm an anti-fascist in a way. I mean, not wrong, Giovanni, not wrong at all. Now, when the dev gets better from the flu, the bug fixes will come. There are already small fixes coming out, but Yeah, I'm expecting this to go somewhere when, you know, the man's not literally fucking on his deathbed. Also, yeah, speaking of shooting communists, oh, you're gonna love the Free City. Which I think we're going to go to, because, we have to. We have two choices. We can either go to the Free City, or the bridge. You have to. You have to pick one of these. And you have to shoot everyone who comes your direction. One of these places has communists, and is also somewhat easier to control. The bridge is also... I'm not quite sure what the affiliation of the people on the bridge are, but they want to kill you too, on site. So we will have to go out there and explore the world, and we'll have to use the debt machine to murder everything in our path, but we have to do it very carefully, or we're never going to have any money ever again. Also, since none of my regular bots, what's a title I could give people here? Bot re-educators. Right, so, since none of them are here... Right, sometimes I unfortunately have to get up and do the job myself. But anyway, vending machine. Same thing that the other guy was saying. I'm waiting for the prestige TV drama, Wilhelm Reich. I have no idea who this man is, but people seem to talk about him a lot. Anyway, so that's the break room crew here, as it were. There's these two jack-offs and Beatrice. Get the Makarov and put the bot down. Also, yeah, you see this pistol that we have right here? Get used to seeing this, because, we're gonna be using a pistol for quite a while. At least until we make a lot of money, because at the end of the day, you also pay for all of the ammo you use on the ground, too, and this can get very, very out of control very quickly. But however, it's something to behold, but once you understand what you're really, what's the optimal way of going about this, you can kind of see how it works. It's just a struggle, though, and remember, this is very, very slow in comparison to Cruelty Squad. Anyway. Sylvia Kowalski? Another person who hates us. Well, here's a Benjamin. You're very generous. Yes, I am. It doesn't really ever come back to me, but alright, so, anti-fascism. What's your thoughts? I think commies are fascists, so yeah, I'm an anti-fascist in a way. Well, I'm glad we're all on the same page here. See, we're walking around handing our coworkers $100 bills, and we're really getting to know people. We're forming bonds here. We're all on the same page, actually. We just needed the initiative to speak up. And that initiative was Mr. Benjamin. Or, well, it's Euro, so I don't exactly know who's on the 100 euro note. So on the subject of mechs, hey, Magic. Oh, right, you're over there. You're talking about the Battletech again. Moving on. We're never gonna get onto the game here if we stop and sit here talking about Magic's magical fantasies, which they sound very entertaining, but man, you guys talk about this every stream. We have the same thread every week. Anyway, psychohazards. Well, my dad is telling me that there exists a race of sentient mushroom men. He refuses to let go of this. Could it be a psychohazard? I mean, he could just be crazy, but then again, what is the nature of the psychohazard? Is psychohazard literally just crazy? And we haven't yet defined it as such? Is psychohazard behind everyone acting completely retarded? I don't quite know. We're gonna figure this out, because this is what our department does, apparently. Vending machine. One of Lorenzo's schemes to keep us complacent. Conrad told me. The vending machine? Wilhelm Reich. Sorry, I can't read, so I don't really know anything other than what my friends have told me, which isn't much. Illiterate. Sylvia is illiterate. I mean, well, you could probably handle that P90. You know what? I think you're probably a pretty valuable member of the team here, even if you are illiterate. Man, Europe really is going to hell, but that's why we're here, to fix the situation. Charlotte Perez? Right? Oh, someone who doesn't immediately fucking hate us. Well, tactical girl, what's your thing? Anti-fascism. I used to have Hitlerite thoughts. Not anymore. I'm clean now. Whatever that means. Who needs to read? My AI does it for me. I mean, yeah, that's understandable in a really terrible way. You have the AI just translate text to speech. Then you don't need to read. Psychohazards. That's the same thing the illiterates said. All right, yeah, we're all in some groupthink here. Vending machine. It is a cornucopia of excess. Yeah, it's about from the creators of Cruelty Squad. Lines like that out of completely nowhere. Wilhelm Reich. Pseudoscience, but you're not allowed to say that here. Bah. Well, I should probably report you for it because you've said it. However, you look like, you know, I can't really see very much over that, well, that very strange character model here, but, you know, that appears to be a woman in there, and you know what, you know, we need some homicidal tactical girls in this outfit here. We might need you at a particular impasse to shoot some people. So we're gonna keep you around. Anyway. Conrad. I'll give you a moment to comprehend that face. Okay, we're done comprehending it. Okay, so about me. I'm the accountant of Psycho Patrol. It's important work. If I quit, nothing would get done anymore. Everything would grind to a halt. I'm an irreplaceable part of this machine. I would be great as a field agent. I simply chose to do this. Yep, sometimes it's not about what sometimes it's not about, all the fame and the glory. It's what can I do to make this even work properly? You're a commendable man, Conrad. Armor. It's a very good idea to wear some type of body armor when out in the field. You know this, right? I know you're not doing too well right now, so here's a couple of euros to help with the purchase. He gave us 19 bucks. Thanks, Conrad. That will literally do absolutely fucking nothing, but, it might pay for a magazine or two. Reichman analysis. It's another one of their schemes to sissifiy us. I will not surrender. I am strong. I am a man. Again, gripping social commentary here. Anyway, rumors. They've been shuffling the personnel around a lot lately. Something going on higher up. Some kind of power struggle. I try to keep my nose out of that stuff, which is apparently very hard. Just between me and you, I hope we'll get a new boss. SLS panic. I think being critical of SLS is well-reasoned. We should be thinking more about the purity of our bodies. Think about the chemical load we receive every day. It's sickening. Psychohazard? No, it's the truth, pure and simple. Another case of Lorenzo being a giant pussy. Conrad, you're a good guy, but I'm gonna have to report that. Because, yeah, that's what my character wants to do, as we can see here by the log. Right, Lorenzo told me all he knows about love. He's so intelligent and articulate. One day I hope to reach 1% of his level. Beatrice is a bit of a sycophant. It's very off-putting. Day 2. Conrad said something quite critical of the Psychohazard framework. I should snitch on him to Lorenzo and see what he thinks. Yes, I want to get in good with the boss, so I'm going to rat on my coworkers. Those people that I've just been forming indelible, indestructible bonds of friendship with. Yep, let's immediately go and tell Dad. So, boss, Conrad's being kind of a problem here. I'm well aware of Conrad's personality quirks. He is, however, a competent paper pusher and fully subservient by nature. Keeping him around is worth it, despite his tendency to gossip and complain. I appreciate you sharing this with me, though. It means a lot to me. Loyal officers are hard to come by these days. Log. I truly can't believe what just happened. I complained about Conrad to Lorenzo, and he complimented me on my loyalty and dedication. I feel so fucking good, it's incredible. I simply want to serve this man to the best of my abilities. Everything else is secondary. Can you tell our character has kind of an unreasonable infatuation with this man? For reasons that have yet to be explained other than he's just the coolest guy. He's just the coolest guy. I mean, well, granted, he's given us a gun and a giant robot. They're debt machines, obviously. But, that is pretty cool. That guy's gonna win my vote. Anyway, since we're in our office again. Beyond, what do you think about the situation? Absolutely fucking nothing. Very two in love. Yeah. Right, so. Guys, what's our password? Do you see a sticky note somewhere? Beyond, what's my password? You don't know. Password. Let's try that. Yeah, I'm that stupid. No. No, we didn't trip off the security system by doing that. It's just nighttime again. Beyond, I got a problem here. Ah, there we go. Beyond, do you remember my password? Case closed. Forgotten password. Also, I didn't notice the case being opened there, but yes, we opened a case and then we fucking closed it. What? How come I remember your password, but you don't? It's Lorenzo Visconti. Of course it's Lorenzo. How could you have forgotten it? I don't know. It's almost... It's literally written on the wall! Yeah, so I walked into that, but that's one of those amazing, stupid things that you do first thing in the game. But hey, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We've solved our first case. The case of I'm a moron. With a little help from ourselves, we managed to decipher the mystery of what the fuck our password is. It's literally right over there, because the NPC is tracked for that specific reason, but shh. You're supposed to use your own intuition. You're not supposed to listen to streamers and video essayists on YouTube. Yes, now that I, player one, have regained control of the computer in my office. Let's read my mail. Urgent. Your annual payment with Swag Crate has failed. Please update your payment information or your subscription with Swag Crate will expire and you will be unable to receive your monthly goodies. I think I might be a waste of money. I haven't thought about actually doing one of these things. Shit, man. I remember hearing about this shit in like 2018 when I was still in Texas, man. That seemed like a silly ass idea. But yeah, I don't have any money. I'm poor. Anyway, trust inquiry. As we have said countless times before, you will not be able to access your trust fund before you turn 35 years old. This has been dictated by your father, and there is absolutely nothing we can do about it. I sincerely hope that this is the last time you'll contact us about this, and that you may be able to find peace. Yeah, thanks, Dad. Wow, I have to wait 1,000,000 years for money that other people have already set out for me. Real? Not gonna lie, real. Next. Kuolema. I have no idea what this says. And then your boomer father spends all the money he set aside for the trust, which is why we need to make our own money out in the world, or else we'll just die horribly, because, man, relying on people is a hell of a drug, isn't it? It's a very bad one. It'll fucking kill you. Anyway, not quite sure how to decipher this. It must be some pretend language in the imaginary land of Europe. Yeah. Europe's not a real place. Which is why all the anime takes place in Japan or the United States. Europe's not a real place. Anyway, can I rest? Yes, I can rest. I'm collecting more dividends, though, while I'm very slowly doing this. But beyond, go back to the Nether. Keep looking for information about this case. Right, so now we have some money. Amazing. However, our job has just begun. We've only talked to literally everyone immediately in the hallway. Okay, well, no, that's Conrad. Does Conrad have anything in his office? I haven't really looked at this place terribly closely. Hey! Well, that's your stash, bro. I'm gonna let you have that one. Man's gooning at work. And that's the Australian gooning and not the new brain rot gooning. Man's got a goon suit. He's drinking boxed wine in the middle of a workday. That's the bathroom. Who the hell are you? Dr. Mariki Vandenberg? You sound like a gratuitous, that sounds like gratuitous German in my anime, yes? About you, who the fuck are you? I mainly work as a forensic pathologist, but I'm also tasked with the health and well-being of the force. The separation between the living and the dead was seen as a redundancy, and the former occupational health physician was let go. I mean, okay. You clearly look like you're half dead, so maybe you know a thing about being alive and dead. I'm not quite sure what she'll be useful for, but, well, there's that. Anyway, now we need to talk to the mechanic girl, because I remember we walked in here, looked at the debt machine, and walked the fuck out. But hey! Edelgard, which is, again, your stereotypical anime. Yeah, mechanic girl, but remember, boys, green hair is the danger, especially with red eyes. It's a very bad pairing. V-Stalker. The official designation is Vertical Assault Stalker Unit, or VASU, but everyone calls them V-Stalkers. They're a massively popular weapons platform, known for their versatility of design. You can equip them with just about anything, and they're very modular. It's relatively simple to swap out parts and weapons in the field. Originally, they were developed for military operations, but in the recent years, have become hugely popular in policing, private security, and occasionally even crime. Occasionally? That's gonna ring kind of strange. Weapons. You can easily swap the weapons of your V-Stalker when you're here at the HQ using the computer here in the garage. In the field, you'll have to do it by hand, and you probably won't have access to many weapons. It's always a good idea to pick weapons that suit different situations. The same goes for any personal defense weapons you want to bring with you. This is very critical, but as I've seen it, shooting at humans is a waste of money, with anything that is actually, powerful enough to fit onto a V-Stalker. So, usually what you want to do is you want to specialize for killing other V-Stalkers, and you'll probably have a better time that way. You'll also go into more debt, but not as much debt if you were actually trying to use ammunition in the V-Stalker on infantry targets. We'll get to that one, though. Parts. Every part of the V-Stalker can be changed, providing an infinite amount of different tactical angles. You should experiment freely, though I don't suggest going anywhere without some armor. You see, it says experiment freely, but that's really that's a really horrendous trap. However, you need to know it's a trap before you can find the solution to said trap, though. Or again, you could watch one of those video essays that tells you how to play the game. V-Stalker is anti-armor, personnel weapons are anti-infantry. This is true. It's probably the best way of playing this, because, quite honestly, most of the time you do not want to be using the V-Stalker unless you absolutely fucking have to. And you will have to. However, you need to be very careful of excess, or you will have absolutely no money. Okay, about you. I used to be an artist. I found my true passion as a Vasu mechanic. I graduated from Reitveld? Had a couple of group shows, but it never really went anywhere. Many of my friends went on to have some level of success, and I felt bitter about it for a time. It seems like it was so long ago, but it's only been 2 years. Wow, you get over things fast. SLS. What do you know about SLS? I don't really know anything about this. You should probably check Ynet for anything suspicious. That's where these things typically spread. I have no idea how to access the Ynet. Man, Ubisoft is now owned by Tencent in all but name. Pretty much, yeah. So, anyone who thinks what's going on with Ubisoft is a good thing, I'm sorry, you're retarded. Basically, what the executives at Ubisoft basically just did is they just ejected with a suitcase full of all of their IPs, and now the company is about to explode as they have left. So basically what they did is they took everything of value and started a new company with money from the Chinese, and now everybody inside Ubisoft proper is about to get fucked. They're all dead. This is a router. I need the hacking tool to use the router. However, unfortunately, the hacking tool costs money. However, if you play the detective, you start with the hacking tool. I have learned how the hacking tool works, but I figured, you know, we'll start honestly here before we actually move up to cheesing the game like that, because you could do very cheesy things with the hacking tool. Right, so Gertrude Collapse. Interesting name. I process all the forms that go through here, alone. There used to be more of us, but then the anti-cocaine task force was established, and the money had to come from somewhere. If you want to submit a permit application, you should go downstairs like everyone else. Do you have anything on you? No, you don't. Nope. Alright, so let's go down to the lobby because there's a quest down there. Which I've noted because you bumble around talking to everybody. So we'll kind of somewhat expedite the situation and actually play the game rather than talking to literally every random person we find. However, there's a lot of people to talk to, and that's actually part of the game. Actually, but first. Right. That's the fast travel system. It also saves your game. When we go out into the field, the first thing we're going to do is actually map the entire world. Which means going to places, and we're going to incur a lot of debt! Actually fighting through to actually get to places, but it's the most sensible thing you could be doing. Right, so this is where the anti-cocaine task force is set up shop. They're bastards. Everyone hates them. I mean, China pulls this shit in every industry. They try to establish a stranglehold over. They use foreign investments to push unhealthy business practices to make the competition fall apart and then buy them out. I mean, you could be forgiven for thinking this is actually a conspiracy. We don't quite know yet, because there are a lot of really, really stupid people walking around with a lot of really stupid ideas that cause good companies to just lose money and fail, but they keep doing it. Excuse me. But is this a psyop by the Chinese to buy out, like, all major companies? We don't quite know, but it looks rather funny, doesn't it? Right, so. Francis Gobelson. Right, shit, I need to get some water real quick. I don't know where this coughing fit has come from, but this is what I get for smoking for a week, I suppose. Anyway, be right back. Alright, I'm back. The biggest sources of money for this DEI shit is coming from the Chinese government. Which... was this all instituted by the Chinese government to sabotage everyone, or are they simply just taking advantage of something they know is, like, self-harming? Because these activists are genuinely very prideful, very stupid people. Is this them, or is this the prideful, stupid people being taken for a ride by somebody who knows, hey, these guys are morons, so if we kinda give them more rope, they'll fucking hang themselves? It could be a conspiracy, or it could be literally just, again, the consequences of people's own actions coming back to haunt them as someone realizes, hey, these people are stupid and we can make money off of them. It's a shame, but unfortunately, when you do something stupid, you have to fail. Because failing is reality slapping you directly in the face so that you can realize, hey, that was wrong. Let's stop doing that. Or you just die. hopefully then no one does the same thing that you just did. We'll see. Anyway. Okay, do we have anything for day 3? No, we do not have anything for day 3. Right, so. Hello, Francis. A complaint. New case! I've been waiting for hours now. I just want to get my pan-European passport so I can visit Australia. I've heard it's beautiful this time of year, especially Perth. Nobody seems to be doing anything, but they're making me wait for hours. I already submitted all the necessary documents. It's like nobody even knows who I am. I'm used to better service than this. You should get your boss here immediately. This won't stand. I will not have this. If you don't help me right now, you will severely regret it. I'm going to make your life a living hell. I could do so many things to make everything difficult for you. You will not be able to leave your home without fearing for your life. You will suffer eternally. You will lose your family and friends. Everyone will despise you for being such a pathetic little subhuman, lonely and sad beyond help. Just get your fucking boss, or I will fall apart. I will become a human wreck. I am going to have a nervous breakdown. I will get PTSD. I'm so depressed. Fuck this. Fuck my life. Fuck you, idiot. Wow. Shit, man. Anyway, what about Australia? Ah, Australia. I wanted to go there since I was a small boy. My dad would show me photos of the kangaroos between taking sips of grappa. Australia is the land of opportunity, you know. You know, Shinriko? Rikio? Huh. They supposedly built and detonated a fully functioning nuclear device somewhere in the vast Australian deserts. You can't do something like that here with all the surveillance. Fucking police state. The future is decentralized. Sounds like a lovely place, really. Alright, so, that seemed to calm him down. He seemed to be spiraling into a collapse there, but let's go talk to Lorenzo and see what he thinks. Oh, that's a cult in Japan. The cult that did the sarin gas attacks in Japan. Oh, right, that's the, oh, yeah, you see, I haven't looked up shit like that, but yeah. Cruel jokes and poor taste. Anyway, Lorenzo, there's some guy freaking out in the lobby. Why can I ask you about my forgotten password? I don't know your password, but you should ask Elias Kramer, our system administrator. He should be able to set you up in no time. You could probably find him in the server room in the basement. Just take the elevator all the way down. You see, I didn't know he tells you anything about that, but, okay, that's another thing that will lead you on a mystery to explore the entire area. So again, I kind of just jumped the shark there, but the game will tell you to do things, and you will explore via doing them. And then you learn more things. So if you kind of just jump the shark and brute force things, you don't learn as much. And this complicates the game a bit, I've seen. The game wants to have a lot of things like this, but sometimes it doesn't quite work. Like, it's almost like the game can't really handle the amount of possibilities it's given the player, so that, like, you stumble over some things sometimes. But anyway, I'll complain. A difficult situation. It doesn't seem like he has the capacity to understand the difference between the EFP and the Municipal Police Service. This here is a prime example of how psychohazards can decimate people's lives. If only we could have prevented this. However, not all hope is lost. If you can calmly explain his situation to him, how he is under the influence of a psychohazard thought loop, you should be able to snap him out of it. Why this works is still needs more research, but I believe it has something to do with the synaptic cascade collapse that triggers a psychological reboot of sorts. It can be quite rough, but it's sometimes necessary. Okay, we need to explain to him that he's suffering from brain rot. Alright, well, Beyond, what do you think? This guy has a screw loose. Maybe it's best not to provoke him, or maybe that's the only way this situation will resolve. Psychone... whatever the hell that is. You can do this. Let's Jolate the fuck out of that psycho. Sure? Did it say something about... Now, here's where I want to try something just before we, deal with this man here. Because everybody's telling me to, well, just immediately resort to violence. But what if we don't here? Now, you can apply for a Pan-European firearms permit, a Pan-European agricultural and explosives permit, a Pan-European health certificate, and a Pan-European restaurant license L52. Remember to include the necessary documents as dictated by the submission guidelines. See, one thing I want to look at here. Do you do anything? No. Okay, so this is the office where they handle permits, but no one seems to be doing anything. So there's nothing, like, I had a hunch that this office may have something to do with this case, but no. Also, Bridget direct hit. That's a very interesting name you've got here out of nowhere. Anti-cocaine task force. They're scary. I use coke, so what? I mean, with a name like Bridget direct hit, you've either made that up on a coke-fueled frenzy or you're already crazy. Miko Per Razu? What's the 90s agricultural permit for unsafe practices related to animal waste and environmental pollution? He calls us multiple times a day to air his grievances with an increasingly conspiratorial tone. He was also spotted sneaking around the premises. I'm afraid he'll do something stupid soon. Better be on the lookout for him, I guess. Okay, so... investment advice. You hate us. Well, fantastic. I don't want to give money to literally everyone on the street here, so let's go ask the jackasses and the... I think everybody's having a very interesting conniption with that fucking corner. This could be a psychohazard. Beyond, what do you think? They seem to really like that corner for some reason. Yay. Nothing? Alright. Resist cocaine. No. Actually, wrong door. Actually, we have to go upstairs? No, it's that door. We'll deal with you in a second. You just chill out. I haven't talked to everyone in here, so I don't quite know what's going on. Okay, you hate us. Haha, it's fine. Everyone does it. Psycho Patrol. It's fascinating. You're using mind control, right? Not that I know of. Violence. It's sometimes necessary, but you shouldn't feel too good about it, I guess. Actually, entirely real statement for this game. We'll get to that. It's getting harder and harder to be a Fed. People really hate our guts, you know. Maybe you don't care. I work. I'm out here handing people money. Owned. I guess I can't steal these. Because they belong to the Cocaine Task Force. Okay. Cocaine. It's a bit of a taboo to talk about it. Well, that guy didn't seem terribly, opposed to talking about it. Violence. Oh, hell yes. The first time I killed a man on duty, I went home and fucked my wife. It was beautiful, spectacular, absolute fireworks. Average lesbian experience, I guess. Wow, very informative. Should ask if they have Walter White there on staff. Maybe we'll go into the phone book and see if we can find Walter White. Maybe he can help us. Work. The pay could be better. I don't know what they pay you guys at Psycho Patrol, but I'm finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. They don't pay me shit. I don't know about you, but I have never fired my gun on the job. It's a sign of a great police officer, getting through the day with zero violence. I mean, it saves a lot of fucking money. Violence. It's sometimes necessary, but you shouldn't feel too good about it, I guess. Well, you have no idea because you've never fired your gun. Psycho Patrol. You sit around and do drugs all day, right? Well, not yet. Well, it's either she's violent on the job or she adds the domestic violence stat lesbians have. Possibly. If you are on the Psycho Patrol, then I think it's a conflict of interest, possibly. Cocaine. Do you have some? I could use a bump. I could use a bump about now. I know the Psycho Patrol is lenient about this. No, I don't have any coke. Yep, see? No coke. I know where to get some coke, but no coke. Okay, you guys hate us. Nope. What about you? Why do you smell like my dad? Is that a good thing? I hesitantly ask if that's a good thing or not. Anyway, cocaine. The degeneration of our great state started when it was decreed that the use of cocaine carries no criminal sentence. That's when it all went to shit. Thankfully, our autonomy and superior lethal force allows us to act our own version of the law. We are essentially a state within a state. You know, you probably shouldn't be saying that out loud, but whatever. Psycho Patrol. There's nothing I'd like more than to crush your entire division, but boss doesn't want that yet, okay? Chatter, I live for bloodlust. Yep, I feel like I've entirely expected this. Anyway. Your old Bimbly? Cell block. The cell block is under the jurisdiction of the Anti-Cocaine Task Force. You psychos have no business being here. All intruders, EPF or not, will be shot on sight. Well, hey, fuck you, I'm part of the police. Let me in! No. Okay, Anti-Cocaine Task Force. We are the biggest and most well-funded department operating under the European Federal Police, and the only one with a divine mission. Yeah, Well, you know, we could bribe these people. However, we need to secure more funds before we act more aggressively on the politics of this world. The opening cutscene told us we're the ones who are gonna fix this. However, we don't have the power to do that yet. Everybody's just wandering around. But okay, let's deal with this jack-off in the lobby. Sir? Sir, I regret to inform you that you are suffering from brain rot. I'm under the influence of what now? Fuck you. Fucking moron. You're no good. Get fucked, you shit for brains. I mean, okay. What are they, a leftist on Twitter? Apparently. Beyond, what do you think about this? Nothing new? No? Maybe manifesting Beyond is making my fatigue go up faster. I'm not sure. Right, so, log. Case files. Regular complaint. This guy is a screwless. Maybe it's best not to provoke him, or maybe that's the only way out of the situation will resolve. Let's be on. A deranged individual by the name of Francis Globozon has asked me to talk to my superiors about getting his pan-European passport application expedited. I'm not sure if he means Lorenzo or someone else. I wasn't aware that this sort of work falls under EFP jurisdiction, but I should humor him and see what I could do. Apparently fucking nothing. Your fatigue did slow down after you got rid of the floating ball. Interesting. Okay, he's incredibly hostile right now, but, okay, well... You guys have anything critical to tell me? Anything at all? I could try bribe him, but he's got $1,000. He's not really gonna... He's not really gonna go for that. I mean, we could try, just for the sake of doing so. Like... Alright, so here's... For the sake of humor here, here's $500. You should treat him with the force the situation entails. But let's try something different rather than just shooting him. Well, here's $500. Will this calm you the fuck down? Not really. Well, hang on here. Lorenzo! Lorenzo, that guy in the lobby with brain rot didn't like that. He won't shut up. What should I do? Quite frankly, I'm disappointed with you. I know Psycho, whatever the hell that whatever the hell that word is. Psych G. Psych G. That's what we're gonna call that now. Psych G. Is not easy, but you definitely should have the required skills to get it right by now. Why are you even here if you can't do something this simple? Maybe I should give Conrad your position. How would that make you feel? Leave my office now. Wow, I'm sorry, boss. I've let you down. Psycho negotiation. Is that what that word is? Because I can't parse it with my banana brain. Conrad, what do you think? Now that he's mentioned something. If it was up to me, I'd just ice that fucker. Stop overthinking. Just do it. Like a true warrior. That's what I always say. But they have to keep overcomplicating everything. Well, Conrad says off him. Our boss is slightly hostile to us. It's very sad, but alright, fine then. Well. I agree with Conrad. Yep, well. It can't be helped. We attempted to talk to someone with brain rot, but they can't be talked to. They can't be reasoned with. Oh, look, all of our money back. Where did the body go, though? We just disintegrated that man out of existence. Where did his body go? Well, that's his head. We've completed the case and gotten $1,500. Amazing! The real body were the friends we made along the way, and the people we offended. Did he have a gun? It didn't seem like it. Alright, well, it's been a rough day here. Okay, another $300. That's great. We actually have a decent amount of money now. Okay, well, this case is closed, apparently. What about the log? I've let Lorenzo down. I don't know what to do. He's so important to me, and he was so vicious. But in a gentle way. I definitely deserved it. I could never let him down like this again, or I might just have to kill myself. Guy, sir... I think you have an unhealthy fixation with this guy. That's just me, though. Well, who the fuck am I? I'm just some guy in a world that you're not in. Find a gun and sprinkle some crack on him. I mean, respectable idea, I suppose. But right, so... We should probably invest in the stock market now. Hey! It looks like the police force is headed back on the rise. Very good. Okay, we'll buy another 5 shares. Does it tell me what my dividend rate is? Or do I just have to wait for it daily here? Because it looks as though the dip has found the floor. That's a good time to put in stock. So we want to be higher than this price here, which is only slightly lower, quite honestly. But more dividends. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We successfully bought the dip. Well, anyway, actually, we have to talk to some more people in the office before we get going. Because there's a wonderful world out there. Maverick Fighter. What's it to you, huh? What are you staring at? Okay. Any news? I'm just gonna have a robust shit, and then I'm going to give those anti-coke freaks a stern talking to. Just you wait. You know anything about the SLS panic? I don't talk to feds. That man has too much money right now, but he may know something. I need to bribe this guy. Also, I don't have a... Does Beyond have a reflection? Well, there's a small glimmer of light. I'm probably not a vampire. Right, no, we have to go into the basement next. Which I think is like the last thing we can do in this office aside from wildly bribing literally everyone. I have nothing to say to you. Get lost. Wow, literally everyone hates us. But what if we were to secretly bribe literally everything in this, literally everything and everyone in this office so that everyone likes us? What would happen then? We need lots of money, though. Pierre Blanchy. You hate us too. What if literally everyone in the police force liked us? What could we possibly get with that? Wow, Jesus Christ, you people hate us. You people in the basement fucking hate me. What did I do to you, man? Elias Kramer. Yeah, this is our IT guy. Apparently the cigarettes have no downside. Well, it's probably because our lives are going to be so short-lived that we won't ever see the downsides. As Dennis Leary once said, who gives a shit about the years at the end? They're the years at the end. Wait, forgot password. Do you want me to wipe your ass for you two? Come back later, I'm busy right now. Well, good thing I already fucking solved that. I solved that mystery on my own. What do you know about the SLS panic? I don't know anything about that. I use 5-in-1 shampoo, conditioner, a body wash, muscle relaxant, and stimulant. Log entry added. About you. I just work here, and people like you make it a living nightmare. I'm going into Colonel Panic. Heh. Sir, I don't have an A+, sir. I can't get these jokes. Anyway, log updated. Day 4. Moving on from that tremendous disaster yesterday, where I still made money on it. Elias Kramer says he doesn't know anything about the SLS psychohazard case. I'm not buying it. I don't like this Elias Kramer one bit. I have determined that you are suspicious. However, I have absolutely no means of really doing anything right now, so I'll come back later and really investigate the ever-loving shit out of this place, man. I'm gonna bribe so many people and get so many fucking leads, man. I'm gonna crack this case wide the fuck open. Alright, so I think with that, I think the only people to talk to are civilians. Well, there's somebody in the evidence locker up there. I don't think there's anything really to actually talk about. Let's see, we couldn't keep talking to these people here, but I don't think there's really anything to talk about. The red diamond kind of just tells you, hey, there's something important to a case or something important to you that this person has. Talk to them. Who's this person that's running around behind here, though? Who are you? Why are you so alarmed? I mean, granted, I did shoot a person in the lobby, but that man was suffering from brain rot. There's nothing I could do, man. Yes, well, you don't hate me, but a lot of people in here do. I could take those, but the anti-cocaine task force would probably just, blow their fucking tops. And as much as I want to shoot everyone in the office that doesn't like me, we can't really do that. We're trying to save the world, probably, kind of. Right, so I think that's everything to do in the office, and now we can actually start exploring the world. We know a little bit more about ourselves and where we work. We also know that we need lots of fucking money. Granted, we did make a sizable amount of money, and have invested some. So we have like $400 in dividends, I want to say? Giuliano, presenting. Do you think I just let anyone, I let just anyone in to tamper with the evidence as they see fit? Another person I could possibly bribe. He's probably gonna have to really like me for that, though. He's got a silenced pistol in there, though. That's really fucking rad. I want that. What happens if I give you $200? I'm gonna pay you $240 to shut the fuck up and open the door. A steady stream of bribes, then. Yes. You're very generous. Let me into the evidence room. Right. I need more money. We'll be back for you, because I want that silent pistol. That's rad. But okay, so I think that's literally everything we can do in the office currently. Now let's go on an adventure in horrifying debt. Or at least stomping around the area outside before we decide that we want to go on an adventure to find more cases and go into crippling, spiraling debt. Right, so it's time to launch in the debt machine. You ever wanted to go $10,000 in debt in the blink of an eye? Well, you're about to see some wonderful things here. Wait, who the hell's that? Sir, you're shooting at a police officer. I want to see something. Because you could just step on this guy and be done with it, but what happens? What happens if I just wait till he runs out of ammo? You can just walk over him, and I've done this several times. It's funny. But now I want to see something. This is the guy that the permit office told us about here. What if we could help this man? But first he needs to just shoot at us repeatedly with his Moises Nagant rifle. Ineffectually. But what happens if we just wait? Because he can't kill us in here, obviously. Because now I'm getting in the experimental mood here, where I know what you can do, or what you've easily done. Now I'm kind of experimenting in weird ways about this. I know what the obvious path to do, at least for the immediate, like, start of the game is. But what happens if we start playing weird with this? Why does his face look like Martin's Arma face? That's very interesting. He's kind of just missing the hat. Smoke? Can I smoke in the mech? I can smoke in the mech! Look, it's my fucking labor, and I can smoke in the cockpit if I want to. I wonder if he can run out of ammo, because I think he can. Because maybe we can talk to him. Maybe we can talk him down, man. Granted, I can't get anywhere near him because he's shooting at me, but maybe this is the... You know, maybe this was what the Vision was talking to us about. You know, in the opening cutscene that didn't really make any sense. Maybe by being unreasonably patient and kind, we can fix this world. Have the NPCs run out of ammo before? Not that I know, but now we're gonna figure it out. Granted, if we wait here, I'm just gonna save money and actually get some more dividend funds back. Can he even damage the mech? No. You have to penetrate the armor in order to damage the health of the mech. However, the armor is, when it's intact, immune to small arms fire. When you run out of armor, though, then your health pool is actually, you know, vulnerable to small arms fire and basically anything. That's the get the fuck out moment that you have to learn about here. But as you can see, he can't hurt us. Collect the brass. Yeah, look, he's not really dropping any brass here, but he should. Did your SIG run out? Yes, it did run out. You could just pop another one, though. I think I would have run out of ammo by now, though, but I don't think there's actually any way to do this. I'm gonna give him another 2 minutes. How many do you have in a pack? I can't check my inventory in here, so I don't know. But tab, if you hit tab, you can see the third-person camera. Not that this really is any good. Go around him. He will follow us. We're just gonna get on with our lives, I guess. We're just gonna walk away and get on with our lives, I suppose. You know, guys, you guys are part of the police, and this man is shooting at a police officer. You guys should probably do something about that. I mean, is this really my job? I'm gonna give you another 60 seconds to shut the fuck up. It should probably be a way to finish this quest. I don't think it is, though. Just leave. I mean, he'll probably still be here. I mean, what happens if we leave? Actually, hang on here. Let me check the controls here, because I know we have a siren. I just don't know how to actually turn it on. N? Nope. Use item, throw, dodge, left, eject, dual wield. Wait, I can dual wield? Shit. Fire mode, smoke. Yes, I know about that one. Increase timer, fire 3. Okay. Next, lot 2. There we go. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna go. I got shit to do. We're just gonna leave and come back. Wee woo. Wee woo. I kind of want to see where this goes. So what if we just go back? Because, yes, I could have just stepped on that guy at any moment, but does... Oh, no. Now we're in debt. Not very much, but now we're in debt. So yeah, V-Stalkers will randomly appear and shoot at you like that. And as you saw, you lose armor very quickly. So you kind of have to know what's a threat and then immediately murder it. And here's this fucking guy again. Oh, wait, shit, you're actually doing well, yeah, now I gotta kill you. The fuck was that? That was a light V-Stalker. And unfortunately, yeah, he's dead. It's very sad. He wouldn't stop. He was also damaging the armor now. Apparently he just got a friend, and yeah, that's what I'm gonna write down in the report. I attempted to ignore him because he was a minor nuisance, even, you know, plinking rounds off a fucking police vehicle. However, I left the area and then returned. He appears to have gotten in league with a friend of his who owned a V-Stalker and proceeded to actually threaten my vehicle. I was forced to kill both of them. Grab his gun. Oh, right, yeah, hang on here. That's how you unlock the Moisen Nagants. I have to go get that. That's what I'm gonna put down in the report. His rebellious insurrectionist behavior was apparently cancerous. Might have been a psychohazard, man. It seemed to have spread to someone else, and that person had a robot that could actually threaten me, and I was just forced to actually just end the situation there. It was very sad. You can look at the body cam footage later. Look at me staring at this man plinking rounds off me for like an hour and a half. I told him to stop. I put the siren on and everything. Anyway. We've got a Moisen Nagant, which I'm not quite sure. I'm going to take that, because we can get the P90 back whenever we want. And the cord with a C. I don't think there's anything else there, though. We have that unlocked as well. We can actually just kind of put that on the mech if we fucking feel like it. Which, there we go! It has a third weapon in storage, I think? Well, hang on here. Oh, you can use that. Oh! Right, because I hadn't looked at the controls, and there's a third slot. I hadn't actually seen if you could use that or not, because I know you could just kind of take it off the mech and shoot people with it, but I didn't know if you could use it in the cockpit. However, that's money again. Granted, 5.7 is the cheapest round we can actually use, so that's not too bad. We're gonna get so fucking dinged for that, though. But anyway, let's go to our apartment real quick, because there are some things to get here. He was a Hitlerite, apparently. Whatever the fuck that means, man. Do you know what that means? I don't know what that means anymore. This isn't our apartment, but spot the reference. Hello, weeb. Keith Murrow. About me. I don't want to talk about that. SLS Panic. Oh, that. I don't really know anything about that. Everything I write is just based on general statement or vibe. I do a lot of research and pick something that is generating a lot of talk, sometimes within a very specific group of people at first. It's always best if you can get in on something near the ground floor, just on the cusp of it blowing up. Trying to weave narratives out of nothing is nearly impossible. There has to be something to work with. Okay. Troubles. I'm having some financial trouble. I recently acquired a new water cooling system for my computer, which is absolutely necessary for my work. But I didn't quite have the cash for it. So I had to open a line of credit. Not with the bank, but a guy I met who works for a organization. It was $12,685. I don't have the money yet, and he's not very patient, so I was hoping you could help me somehow. This is a criminal we're talking about, you know. So it's sort of your job, right? My financer's name is Brad Gore-Tex. He's always hanging around the bar near the harbor. Negotiating with your loan shark is not part of my job, but I guess I don't even really know what the fuck my job is. Aside from pilot a giant robot and go into debt. That's my job, apparently. This door is locked. You'll probably kick that door right the fuck open. But we're playing the honest person. Though, granted, I just kind of barged into someone's house and, you know, just did this. You can't, but there's no way of getting prompted to do any of this. But, hello, sir. Got some coke? I tried it back in the 70s when it was weaker. The stuff out there these days can trigger a psychosis in under 30 seconds. Mm-hmm. Cool sniper rifle, though. I'm taking that. See, you want to roleplay as a cop here and don't do things that are completely unnecessary, but I guess I'm paranoid and I'm checking out my apartment complex to make sure there's nobody, you know, there's no bugs or Fed agents. This goes somewhere, but I'm not quite sure if there's anything of value up there to get, so see about that later. Now let's go to what I believe is your actual fucking apartment because you have the key to open the door. So I'm assuming this is my apartment. The lights are already on, because I guess I'm a moron and left my lights on. I guess I like spending money. And the dagger. Beatrice did say something about me being good with the dagger. Why? I don't know. I've never actually tried to use that, and I very hesitantly don't want to. Because, man, you can die a lot in this game very easily. Right, is there anything else over here? I know there's coke over there, which is apparently all I do when I go home. I just... I go to work, make my money, come home, sit in this chair that looks at my place of work, and do coke. I guess I'm just ready to... I'm getting ready to go work again. I guess. But that's grade C coke, which, well, at the end of the day, I don't really want to use. And frankly, sleeping, you know, actually getting to sleep on time and, you know, being somewhat healthy about it is far better for your health. Granted, you know, you smoking also, you know, slows down fatigue, too. I'm not tired enough for sleep. Well, give me about 3 fucking seconds and I will.
Yay! Yay!
Beyond, did we learn anything today? I don't know. Well, before I do that, I'm gonna throw the rest of my money into the fucking stock market because I'm not gonna have any money tomorrow. It's $300. I can only buy 1 share. Let's see here. Fiber Corporation, $34. Security Redefined is up. Global Wineries, Gobert Wineries, Glenmar Distillery, a winery and a fucking, you know, alcohol producers. Potato X. Got $20 a share, though, and Consumer Soft Products for $7. You know what? They look like they're at a bottom and maybe actually going up. We're gonna invest in Consumer Soft Products. Yeah. Oh, dear God, I have to wait. I'm not gonna have any money by tomorrow, though. You see the Warsaw Uprising game I sent you into DMs? I didn't look at it, but I saw it. Unfortunately, though, it looks like we're about to get hit for a shit ton of money here, so I don't think I can invest any of that money. That's just going down the drain. Well, better get a good night's rest of fucking sleep, because it's just gonna be... Actually, no, we didn't do too badly. Wow. Holy shit. Granted, I spent $115 on ammunition, but because we didn't fucking actually engage in combat, that didn't immediately blank me. But look at how much money I skated by on that. If you just start like going around shooting people just because you fucking feel like it, you will go into debt, and we will have to go into debt very soon anyway. Okay, so now that it's a brand new fucking day, right? Nope. Okay. I bought 59 shares in Consumer Soft Products. Who is... Well, it doesn't look like they're going anywhere right now, but I've invested money. Who knows? Maybe like my neighbor said, we're on the cusp of something exploding. What do you think, Beyond? You don't have any advice on investments, do you? It's okay. You're just a cute sidekick of this. You're the mascot of this adventure. You're like the cat in a Magical Girl anime. Alright, so. What else is there to do around here? I mean, there's the shop down the street. We could actually just also talk to people on the street as well. Sorry, my narcissism is getting to me. I'm admiring my giant robot. I love my job, but that thing is a debt machine. Granted, we're managing this extremely well because I'm absolutely dawdling through this game right now, which is probably the best way of playing it. You know anything? Celibacy. Tried it for a week. It made me want to kill myself. Well, you know, yeah. I'd imagine. Eternity chemicals. Ah, yes. Fluorinated and polyfluorinated alkyl substances, PFAS. I remember that, but I don't really know what they are. I remember because I have FAS because my mommy had a drinky while gestating me in her tummy, and it sounded similar. This world needs help. And unfortunately, we're the only ones who could do it. Or maybe we can't. I'm not quite sure. Politics. My sons in the military are clamoring for another war. We should be listening to our youth more. Should I fly in armor, or should I go more flamethrower base? I would say fly, because the Fok Wolves are never ending. Alright, there is a shop down here. See. Hardweb Corporation. Bespoke networking solutions. Very graphic design is our passion logo there. Bespoke, though. Yep, it's all server racks. And printers. And fax machines, I suppose. Is anyone here? Hello? What? Is it? There's no one here? Interesting. There's no one here. You're the guy usually in there, I think. Are you walking around having a smoke break? Yeah, here we go. We are a small firm specializing in bringing bespoke networking solutions to high-profile clients. We have a wide array of personal services ranging from network security to smartphone systems, or smart home systems. Okay? I could just shoot you and take your money, but again, we're not doing that. You could go genocide mode, but you have to do so with an extremely low amount of ammunition. The knife. That doesn't cost ammo. Shit, maybe Beatrice was right. I never thought of that. Here I am thinking how I'm gonna survive this hellscape with its amazingly suddenly violent situations. We're about to get to that, by the way. But I hadn't considered the knife. Huh. See, this is what happens when you play this game, since it gives you absolute freedom with absolutely no guidance whatsoever, other than, like, you walking into situations and kind of struggling and stumbling around like a moron. You discover things of your own initiative, and unfortunately, this is sometimes hours later after you started the game. But, yes. The knife. I'm not even sure if I could use Argon on foot. I don't know what this could do, but we're gonna have to be very careful about this. Granted, it probably can just absolutely gut a fucker like a fish, but I'm not quite sure how valid that's going to be in some certain situations. We may have to rely on the pistol or some other weapon system. We'll figure that out though. But so, I think that's everything we can do in this, in this area. Well, guys, I'm very sorry, but it's time to go into debt. We have to go exploring around. Where do we go? We have two options. The bridge or the free city. Though granted, there is another option up there. Wait a minute. Perhaps there is a third way. But you guys think about that one. Are we going to the bridge or are we going to the free city? We have to go through one. In order to progress the game, we have to go through one, which means getting into combat and horrible amounts of debt. One thing I forgot to check up here, because this goes somewhere, and I never really forgot about... I never really comprehended that highway. Also, yeah, this looks totally finished. Guys, maybe we should maybe we should texture this. Bridge. All right, one for bridge. Is anyone contesting the bridge? Because I think there's another way to... There might be another route over there, but I'm not quite sure how to get over there yet. This... Yeah, have to be kind of wary of edges like this, because sometimes this shit'll just kill you. Like, there are some very disturbing spots here, which, may instantly kill you because of, like, badly handled physics collisions. Like, there's one spot in the residential area that just abruptly killed me because I walked on the wrong side of a roof. Okay, is there any way to get up here? I never actually went over here. I kind of just went up here, looked at it, saw it look kind of interesting, and then proceeded to leave. No, it doesn't look like there's anything up here. Is anyone else? We could go to the bridge, and the bridge is somewhat better? Granted, we're gonna have to go through combat, and we're going to have to fight a bunch of things, and we may actually go into horrible, horrible debt, depending on how things go. Because the combat is actually incredibly difficult. You saw that V-Stalker that we fought that took off nearly half of our armor, basically instantaneously? Yeah, that'll happen a lot. So, everyone's doing coke in this game, and the game is, unironically, about mech pilots and coke. Mech pilots who are cokeheads. So yeah, that's kind of how the game plays, and it surprises the ever-loving shit out of you every time it happens. Bridge? Bridge. Okay. We're going to the bridge. We'll meet the communist incels later. No, I'm not joking. Anyway, the bridge. I don't think there's anything else going down over there, though, but... Go to the Bridge of the Sovereign. The Bridge of the Sovereign. So, folks, welcome to the baptism of fire of you being a V-Stalker pilot. We've done everything that we can, and now I actually have to be good at fucking playing the game. So let's try that. Nope. This is gonna happen a lot. Death, however, is not the end. It just means that you're gonna go into horrible debt because you need to spend more ammunition here. Okay, so we could try this a bit faster, though, because I try to play things somewhat pensively and, you know, be a sharpshooter, but sometimes the game just doesn't... No. Sometimes that's a terrible idea. Yeah, you see... Okay, that's half of them. Also, they'll shoot at us. Though, granted, I do have... And the mechs immediately targeted me from across the map while I was trying to deal with the snipers. Right, okay. The funny thing is, the lighter-armed mechs are better at actually dealing with the bridge in some cases, but they're also excruciating in a way. So yeah, this game will fucking kill you. Welcome to the show here. We're gonna wind up probably with like $10,000 worth of debt, but we have some investments, more investments than I think I've ever had. Nah, you see, trading shots like this doesn't work. I could have avoided that last shot, but not one across the, one from across the bridge. Okay, we're gonna do this the hyper-aggressive way, because that's how I got through it the first time. So yeah, welcome to the Dark Souls game design portion of the video game. Yeah, it goes from the investigative drama to this. Wow. Yeah, no. I gotta work on the aim here, because I'm used to actually using the lighter suits. We'll get through this, though. The city is somewhat better, but also worse. Wouldn't surprise me if Shogo was one of the inspirations for this game. See, those guys are already shooting at us. I think I understand what I fucked up with in my loadout here. Okay, so... Ah, damn it. Okay. Nope. Okay, okay. Alright, so... I'd like to reload those. There we go. Yes, hello there. Alright, so what are we dealing with here? Oh, damn it, I tried to side boost and I would have gotten away with it. Damn it! I would have gotten away with it if I had actually boosted properly. Damn. Guys, can you die when I shoot you? I mean, not like that. Damn. See what I meant by this being excruciating all of a sudden? Alright. Beat the tracking speed. Beat the tracking speed. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I killed them both, but I died with the last shot. Actually works. Okay. Being crazy like that actually works. See, I always wanted to try that, but I didn't actually try that second part. So, yes, actually, you can do that. Having a mech that's faster, though, would help a lot. Okay, I have some armor now. That might actually help us. Okay. Damn it, Oregon engine! Go faster! Oh, damn it, I didn't swing on the target properly. Our ammunition bill is going to be immense, but it's okay since we have some dividends. And at least know where we can get a better core than what we have right now that has, like, more than double the armor. Just some things I found while looking around. That was absolutely terrible. They took all of our health. Nope. I tried to actually just sprint past them, but it didn't work. Okay, we have to kill them. Preferably, you know, before they kill us. But I think my loadout, the loadout that I used to get through this the first time was the 20 mils. I only have one of those. Jesus Christ, targeting computer, work with me here. Damn. I like how I'm dropping money even though I have none. Anyway. Maybe the siren will give me good luck. Why are there 3 V's? What the fuck? Ah! Hey, the siren does give you good luck. Ah! Ah! Okay. Alright, so, ladies and gentlemen, that's one of the areas where combat is guaranteed, and, yeah, learning this game's combat is very excruciating and requires you to have a little bit of finesse or be a little bit fucking crazy. Or be good at video games. Right, so, welcome to another area that is not innately combat-based, so, now we can do things and not get into horrible dad. We're still probably gonna die, depending on some things we do, but yeah, welcome to this game. You've now just seen both parts of it. Granted, we don't actually have to do that every time. Because the first thing that you should be doing is getting these fucking extraction nodes. So now, if I want to, I can just teleport back to the base. And then teleport back into the field. There are some things to find on the bridge, however, we don't have to go back in there now, if we don't want to. Granted, there are some areas that you do need to brute force, and you have to actually find the extraction nodes and get through. But now that we've picked a direction, we have access to some of the nodes. Yes, so that was incredibly fucking painful. And I think it's somewhat of a mistake that the game be that fucking difficult, but you can kind of get over this. Anyway, one thing I wanted to see. So, how much is... It's the same price as the pistol. I mean, okay. I want the pistol for looks, though. The knife, of course, is a reminder of my radiant past, my origin. Right, so. Back to where we were. So, yeah, this is the harbor, and thankfully... Oh, you know, as long as we don't fall off the edge there. Thankfully, there's nothing that will innately start shooting at us here, so we can actually kind of cruise around and figure out where we want to go. Well, actually, recon the area and then look for quests. There are, in some cases, like the area outside the station, I suppose, where there will be, you know, some random encounters here, but I haven't seen any spawn here. I say this, and immediately I am shot at. Okay. Roll them up. Who fucking shot at me? There appears to be no one. He's gone. All right. That's the other extraction port, and this is the shipping guild, which I don't have any business with yet. But they look like just such wonderful people, don't you think? They also have nothing to say. Must have been the wind, possibly. Winds that sound like, bullets whizzing through the air. And also this Heinz Ivanov guy who apparently shot at me. I don't know where he was, or who he is. There's really no downside to using the boost here. I like walking just for kicks, really, but there's really no downside using the boost. That's another major quest that we're going to get involved with later. First of all, though, bank. That's their door, but doesn't it look pretty? Is my narcissism striking again? Moray Eel. Anything interesting going on, sir? Do you require any services? Would you like to open an account, perhaps? Would you be interested in private banking? If you wish to discuss official matters, you should take the elevator. If you have a desire to become an accredited investor, we could talk about that, too. Hey, that's something I need, because I want to invest more money in the stock market, when I have any. Accredited investor! If you wish to become an accredited investor, you must have at least $15,000 invested in equity. On top of that, you have to prove yourself in the field as a friend of the bank. That doesn't sound corrupt at all. Do you think you have what it takes? Good. You'll need to locate an individual of poor moral character, someone who has been neglecting his mortgage payments, and force him to cough up the money. Do you catch my drift? Fantastic. This individual, Udo Shudlos, currently resides in an apartment somewhere in the Western residential sector. Here, I'll upload his information to your database. Good luck, officer. Okay, we have to go see about a man who's not paying his mortgage. Financial advice. The perfect time to buy a home is always now. If you have pristine credit information and steady employment, that is. We offer flexible mortgage solutions with interest rates tied to the Euribor 10-min reference rate. The Euribor 10 SEC option is also available for those who live and breathe finance. The ones attuned to the beating heart of the markets. Are you interested? Hobbies. I do not have them. I'm fully dedicated to my work 24/7. It is expected of us here at Intercommerce Bank. It's part of our value proposition and brand DNA. This man is talking buzzwords. Politics. I'm always a bit on the edge about potential financial regulation. Our alternative prime lending could come under fire despite being fully compliant with industry's best practices. I hate communists. I mean, same. What are you guys looking at? Okay, you hate us. Wow, you really hate us. What did I do? Anyway, they said take the elevator. Let's have a look around. Because I don't actually, I went into the bank and I know where you get the accredited investor quest, but not anything really about it. Also, very interesting elevator music. Although, Someone man murmuring through the walls. There's a way to get to him, but I have to actually get on top of the elevator here, and I don't quite know how to do that. Interesting. I don't exactly have a search warrant, though, so maybe I shouldn't be breaking and entering into a bank the first thing, actually, within the first 5 days on the job. Vault security key, well, that's clearly not mine. Irwin guilt trip. Okay, right on the nose. Missing employee. One of our low-level employees, Eriki Percy, has gone missing. I've been told he has been acting weird recently, speaking to himself and glaring at coworkers. Maybe you could look into it. He's not very important to the company, but others are worrying, and I'd like to put a swift end to it. Okay. Also, there's the debt. The debt has arrived. SLS panic. I don't keep up with the plebeian nonsense. I have more important matters to attend to. So yeah, remember that thing on the bridge? Yeah, it cost us $8,000. Actually more, because we had dividends to absorb some of that. But yeah, wow, debt! It's finally here. Funny enough, as we entered the bank. Okay, do we have... Right, so... Okay, investor panic. No, that's not that. Line of credit, right. No, okay, no. Okay, so wait, hang on. To becoming an accredited investor, I must invest a sizable sum of money in equities and perform a task for the bank. This apparently involves working as an enforcer. Well, I guess it makes sense, I guess. These are large sums of money we're talking about. I should look for this Udo. Well, alright, so, sir, you didn't give me a quest. Interesting. That looked like a case, but I didn't get one. Anything going on over here? I unfortunately can't double jump up there. That's very sad. I'm just a rookie. I can't do these sorts of things on my own. Well. What are you guys doing in here? Capital. I only care about free capital. It's my bank account. Haha. Communism. I don't care. I'm here to make money. I'm beyond ideology. I see beyond the superficial needs of human beings into the pristine chaos space of capital. There's the cruelty squad again. Money mastery. The difference in cheap vodka and luxury vodka is very small. If you invest in a good active charcoal filter, you can filter the cheap stuff and it'll taste positively angelic. Yeah, everybody actually knows about this. Thanks Mythbusters for showcasing this to us like 20 years ago. Mortgage. I get so excited when I lend a client a huge amount of money that they might be able to pay back in 30 years. It feels so dangerous. I wonder what the author's trying to tell us here. Regulation! They're trying to make us into the bad guys. Our alternative prime lending has helped bring the musty underclass into home ownership. It's practically philanthropy. Something tells me it isn't. Rumors. I heard Eriki Percy, right, went psychotic shortly after moving to the municipal housing. I would too. Haha. Chatter. Elevated banking solutions for high-class consumers. Interesting. Okay, this door has a keypad. Okay, nothing really interesting out of you. Granted, you don't hate us. That's fantastic. You don't have anything interesting to say by the looks of things, though. Morgan. I've got nothing to say. You literally are, like, absolutely frothing at the mouth angry at us for some bizarre reason. All of you are, actually. I don't know why. What did I do? I just work for the police. Is it the Great? Is everyone angry about the Great? Ah, okay. Glad I'm dead sanitation boss. Glad I'm dead sanitation boss. Interesting name, sir. What do you know about this missing employee? That would be Areki. Right, we're just gonna call him Areki. My best friend. I don't know what happened to him. He just became a completely different person one day. He went to take a shit. I know because that's how he always... I know because that's how he always said it. And came back changed. Parasitized? Eaten up from the inside. It only got worse from there. His incoherent rants could be heard echoing in the hallways day and night. Then finally, he just disappeared. Nobody knows where. I miss him so much. Alright, did I get a quest now? But okay, so SLS Panic. Sodium lauryl sulfate. I think Ariki was stockpiling that stuff. He said that it's electronic goo. And that the final test of multicellular organisms was coming soon. That we would either return to unicellular universe or be beautified. He wanted to accelerate a change of some sort. I firmly believe he was in psychosis. Oh dear God, he's talking about the Tang Sea. Oh Lord! We will become beautiful, or we will turn into orange juice is what this is sounding like. Oh dear God. We might be on something really terrible here, but also there's a man murmuring in the walls? Maybe that has something to do with this case. Electronic goo. I've heard that before, many times. This is very disconcerting. I need to find Ariki before it's too late. Okay, so yes, this is actually on the SLS quest line. Interesting. What do you know about this missing worker? I am not allowed to divulge the personal matters of our employees. I need bribe money, is what that fucking says. Okay. Unfortunately, we're several days out from me actually having any bribe money, so I'm gonna look around and see if there's anybody else to talk to in this office. Yeah, the funny, cheerful dialogue is obviously, you know, very nice, but also most of these people hate me, so they're not gonna say anything important anyway. So, do we have anybody? Is there anybody here? Oh dear God. I know that man. Life. Oh no. What is the password for the door? Saren? We're getting into real jokes and poor taste here. So, okay, so I'm gonna go off on a limb here. Nope. That was not the passcode. That was very interesting to find, but not the passcode. Okay, so how would one get up there? There's something very clearly going on here, but perhaps I need to go outside. There's something going on the walls. There's somebody in there, and that locked door may be the answer to it as well, but I'm not just going to kick down the door in the bank. Everyone will probably get up and shoot me. Okay, you're just having a time of your life here. So this is what I mean by having to take the game slow, because I know probably pretty well that I could probably bash that door in, deal with the consequences of that action, and find exactly what I'm looking for in the walls. However, the game kind of doesn't like that when you do that. And also, if I anger the bank, I won't be able to get the accredited investor status, which is kind of important currently for me. So, how are we going to do this? Because it doesn't seem like there's an entrance over here. Like, doesn't seem like there's anywhere to go. Okay, is there any... No, not really, no. There's no way of getting over there. Well, actually... Okay, so, wait a minute. Messenger database, right, okay. Bush floats. Do I have... No. That's the farmer that I ran over. Yeah, no Ricky. Damn. You can actually track certain people like that. Actually, well, now that I mention it, Beyond.
Yay!
Why did you spawn all the way over there? Do you know anything about this? No, you don't. I mean, we could try and hop that. I don't think there's a actual. Actually. Well, good the day ticked over. Now I can actually see, and we have actual background music. But hang on here. Now what happens? Because I can see there's a ledge here. Oh. Also, I'm being pulled by the current in some direct. That's very weird. Something doesn't like me over there now. Oh, that just goes out into the open there. Interesting. Why are you shooting at me? Ah. Sir, you're shooting at a police vehicle. I'm gonna have to ask you to stop. He's not stopping. Granted, that was part of their security system. However, I'm a police officer. I'm allowed to look around. However, it doesn't look like I can... Wait a minute. No. Ah. I see. I have to break one of the windows. However, now I have to get up out of here, and I don't quite know how to do that. Well, there we go. I think that's... Well, actually... Hang on here. Maybe the dock? Oh, no. Is that everybody in the bank shooting me? All right. What are these? Covert. AP-5K covert. It's a suitcase gun. Interesting. Something tells me the bank did not like that. Oh. Damn it, if only I was a little bit, shorter? Maybe a little limber. Okay, well, now we're just gonna have to figure out where the fuck we can go. That's just some dude's head. Alright, well, maybe we can go over to the docks, because that seems like it was probably the best way of, actually getting back up there. But hey, I was just looking around the premises. Why are you all shooting at me? I'm with the police. Unless you have something to hide. Now I'm suspicious, and now I'm gonna get a search warrant. And by search warrant, I'm gonna just immediately use my intuition. What does my intuition tell me? It tells me that this door is worth busting down now. But hey, what's going on here? This looks interesting. What? Okay, that's a V-Stalker down there. There is an invisible wall here, though. That's interesting. I don't know if that's intentional or not. I think it may not be, because this doesn't look like it's actually set properly. That might be a wall that's supposed to be facing down, and a V-Stalker that's just kind of there for some bizarre reason. Right, okay, so that should be high enough for me to hop on, I hope. Yep. Nope. Gotta find lower. I'm not trespassing. I'm part of the police force. And unfortunately, I've gotten myself stuck in the water. This is going to be an interesting thing to write a report on. Okay, I want to say I think there's a dock somewhere. What the? Who the hell are you? How are you down here? How are we talking underwater? I don't have the oxygen to talk to you. Okay. I think I found the early access version, or the early access of the early access game. I think I have discovered the actually very early. Wow, there's actually a whole lot of people down here. I think these NPCs are just randomly spawning down here incorrectly. Interesting. Holy shit, they're everywhere. Who are you people? Why are you all underwater? Okay, I don't see any docks, though. This could be bad. Okay, I'm sure there's some way of getting back up. You wouldn't design a situation like this and give the player no possible way of getting back up onto the dock. Kill. I could kill, but let's try and think about this more there's a rock. There's a rock. Oh. The frame rate, though. Well, there's that V-Stalker that was down here mysteriously. I found them. I used the point. Well, there you go. Congratulations. I killed. Small gun and then 20 bucks. Amazing. $27. This is gonna be quite interesting. There's a rock here, though. What is this? Is that more random? Yeah, that's just more random nondescript body parts from probably the V-Stalker that I just blew to pieces. What's over here, though? Is there anything over here? No. Interesting. There appears to be nothing here. I guess this is just kind of casually part of the environment. Interesting. Unfortunately, that was engaging in V-Stalker combat, so that means that we're gonna have a bit of a debt problem here. The debt will probably increase. Though I think our dividends are at a level where it will probably, hopefully, bring us back to zero in not too much time. This is why we actually have to do cases, because we have to get money. Okay. There's nothing over here either. Well, hang on, what if we... Because we can get some speed under this. Nope. Who designs a dock level that you can't, like, get out of the water from? But okay, so there's one other area we could try. Yeah, oh, well, okay, that was not atrocious. We still lost money, though. It was $200 lost. Okay, there's gotta be some way of getting back. Hey, wait a minute. There's gotta be some fucking way of getting back out of this. Huh. Where does this go? Come on, pick up some speed. Let's go. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. A way to get back up. Uh-huh. I'm not sure who's gonna shoot me, though, because I don't think I'm supposed to be back here. Okay, we could go back up there. We're gonna have a look at the dock. Hopefully the people at the shipping company don't think I'm trespassing. I'm part of the police. Oh, okay, so this is outside. Okay. Okay, so that's where that is. Fantastic. That's a really incredibly annoying and inconvenient way of... incredibly annoying and inconvenient place to fall down, though. Because I had to go around the entire map over here. But okay, so is everyone at the bank gonna shoot me now? Sir, why did your guards open fire on me? Not gonna say anything, huh? Well, at least you're not terribly, like, concerned with me shooting your guards. That's actually pretty good. Whoa! Oh, damn it. I tried to crouch. Ow. I should have just kept the pistol out and kept shooting. I didn't have anything but the knife. Well, that makes things a little easier. Who the fuck are you? They're not hostile anymore. Interesting. Okay, so what happens if I just go over here and do this then? Because we know the gimmick here. Okay. Nobody saw anything wrong with that. Okay, so... Yes, okay, so now we've got to... Very carefully. Move over here. I gotta shoot out that camera now, too. I guess we're doing this Homura here. We know there's a crime being committed, but I've died, and we've reverted back time. I'm not quite sure how the whole life, death, rebirth thing works for us, but it works. Whoa! Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Man, I can sprint like a fucking fish for some reason. Did I take swimming and Did I take swimming in Deus Ex? Because it certainly feels like it, Jesus Christ. Unfortunately, now I have to go all the way back around the map now in order to get back up. Granted, it's going to be a little bit faster than being in the V-Stalker, I suppose, but still, good lord. Okay, can I still not get through here? I hope that V-Stalker down here didn't respawn. It didn't look like it. That must have just been a random spawn that's been misplaced. Wait, can I, like... Yeah, this is not correct. That's very early access. So yeah, that is definitely not supposed to be like that. Okay. That is extremely early access. Also, I am dying because I didn't watch the oxygen meter. At least I know where I'm supposed to go, but wow, this is incredibly inconvenient. People will question my methods. However, I'm doing this mainly because I believe that the missing person in question is hiding inside the walls of the bank and also has something to do with the case that I have been given about the SLS panic from best guy ever Lorenzo. This is clearly something I need to devote unreasonable amounts of effort and force into doing. Yep, this is Cruelty Squad, alright. Well, it was. It is and it isn't. It's fine and dandy when we're not contending with the level design. Which is this is a very intentionally annoying level design moment. Which, hey guys, would it kill you to have something that isn't just this one area for us to get back up on? Because you can clearly intentionally design this to be as painful as possible, but you know, if we're gonna make a joke at the developer's expense, you clearly weren't competent enough to make sure all the fucking polygonal faces of the buildings were facing the right direction, huh? So maybe we're all fucking stupid and you should give me a fucking ladder that's more convenient. Guys? See, this is the thing. I have no mercy for developers of video games that pride themselves on being unreasonably difficult, because when they make mistakes, it's clearly skill-based. However, unfortunately, now it doesn't even seem like there's a ladder to actually get me up here at all. The V-Stalker had enough energy to get me up here, but apparently I can't get back up now at all. That's... What are the people in the water going to do when they fall off? They just die? Well, apparently they can swim underwater, so... Okay. Is there any way to get back up now? Perhaps there is somewhere over here that I did not realize. Well, the update gave us the cyanide pill for exactly this reason. So, well, I guess we're using that. Because apparently there's not enough places to actually, like, get up. Well... The pill is for getting stuck. I got stuck. For a game about exploration, it's very punishing when you do the exploring thing. Okay, well, we're back now. Now we know don't fall off. It's incredibly inconvenient. Alright, enough fucking around. Okay, is it better if I stand on this, or should I crouch? No, I'm just a minute away from falling over this, no matter what I do. Okay. Gotta get around the corner. Okay. What are you hiding in here, Bankman? Aside from something horrible, but it's probably usual. It's probably a usual amount of horrible for you people. What are you doing, bankers? Oh, is that how we're playing it now, huh? All right. Hmm.
I mean, well, gonna have to. Okay. Yeah, but God, I don't know. I mean, well, gonna have to. Okay.
I hear him. He's in the walls. How do I... Okay, there must be something I'm missing out here. I didn't notice that door because I was too busy not paying attention to the billboard, but you know what? Okay. I'm gonna try something a little bit more direct here. The bank is clearly hiding something. I'm pretty sure I can actually break down that door just by kicking it. No, not this door. There are some doors where you could actually do that. Okay, we'll try this again, though. Ah, damn it. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to shoot the hole before we explode violently. We're learning very slowly. Oh, of course it immediately knows where we are. Ow. It was probably kicking the door. It couldn't see us before, but it might have been the nighttime. That might have been doing it as well. Damn. Well, you know, I could just shoot everyone in the bank and then proceed to blow open the door. We're not robbing the bank here, but there's clearly something going on with this case. Do I have a breaching charge on me? I think I do. I do. I have one breaching charge. Well. I didn't move out of the way fast enough. Oops. Well, I could just shoot everyone in the lobby. That would actually work out with the V-Stalker. That's excessive use of force, though, but... Well, we're immediately shooting everyone in the bank, so... Or everyone who decides to, like, contest us. Because it would seem that this incredibly unimportant quest may have critical ramifications to my major objective. You have no seconds to comply. You I need to talk to. You probably don't care, though. Okay, we're good. Anyone else that I have to worry about? I might have to shoot them. I don't know who owned this desk, but they're probably a pretty suspect individual. Okay, so let's figure out how to use this breaching charge. Equip. Oh. What the? What? Controls. Let's see. Use item. V. Hey, it worked. Now, I don't doubt there's gonna be like 50 billion different fucking security systems in here. There it is. Nope. Yep, there's the kill teams. I have a search warrant. Oh, good lord. Ah, damn it. Okay, there's a lot of them in there. I'm gonna have to actually very calmly headshot all of those people. Okay, so now we're just breaking into the bank now. All pretense have been dropped here. There's clearly something going on inside this bank. There's very clearly something going on inside this bank. And probably what I should do is raise the alarm and then hop it back in my V-Stalker to actually make this go a little faster. We're very clearly not being brainy about this anymore. We're just choosing violence. Ow. No one can hit the alarm, but there's no one to hit. This is true. However, unfortunately, well, I could probably use the HE grenade. Oh, those kill you now. Okay, so that wasn't actually just me being stupid. That, those wouldn't actually kill you before. They may have fixed that. Oops. They may have actually fixed that. Because those didn't kill you before, which is rather funny. Unfortunately, it looks like I only get one breaching charge, which is rather annoying. Okay, so we're gonna have to do this the other way now. Which involves shooting everyone. And then calling the place clear afterwards. This time he was alerted. God damn it, they're learning. See what happens when you choose violence? The game gets very difficult very quickly. But my god, there's something going on here and I'm gonna figure it out. At least I'm using just a teeny tiny bit of resources here. Granted, it's gonna start stacking up depending on how many times I fail at this. We don't want to shoot the teller because the teller actually may come in handy. We actually do need to do a quest for him. But there's clearly something going on in this bank, and I don't think it's just because they have all their money in the back room. Okay, we're gonna grab one of these just for the sake of grabbing it, because the knife isn't gonna do me any good in here. Well, actually... what am I doing? Well, that's very interesting. I'm gonna find that man wherever he is. You! I'm taking this key. There's nothing you can do about it. I have a search warrant. We could use some smartness about this, I suppose. What do you mean the door's locked? Where does this key go, then? Where's the key go, then? Ah. Well, it's probably inside the... further inside the bank, then, if this is what we're doing. That's probably what's going on. It's probably further inside the bank. Oh, what are we gonna do? I mean, I suppose I could just throw grenades at the situation. Okay, so... Sorry! You know what I'm doing, stand back! I'm gonna take all of these, though. Okay, so... Oh. Those exploded nowhere near the target. It would appear that this door is actually indestructible. Which is rather strange. Granted, you do need... This is exactly what the breaching charge probably exists for, but man, okay. I guess we're gonna be that rigid then. Alright. Well, hang on. No. It was an idea. Is there anything hidden on that note? No. It's just life over and over again. Alright, well. I'm probably gonna fuck up and die again, but we kinda have to do it this way. I did it! Okay, so... Well... I wanna... Jesus fucking Christ me. Nope. Not that simple, huh? Ow! Okay, you can do it, but it takes a lot of ammo. Okay, so you can do that. Breaching the front door is a lot fucking easier, though. I don't have any money for that, though. I had one breaching charge, and that's it. Rather sad. Unfortunately, I can't bring the V-Stalker in there. If I had a smaller one, I might be able to get away with that. But I don't think yeah, no, I'm too tall. Okay, well. Granted, that small gun is only worth about... Wait, I still have the security key. What do you... What? Why do I still have the security key, even though I'm not gonna see any ramifications from any of that. That's very bizarre. Just Psycho Patrol things, I suppose. Hmm. No, huh? Where am I gonna get a breaching charge from? Hmm. Fortunately, this is where the hacking tool would come in handy, but I don't have that either. Hmm. I guess we're just gonna have to go then. How's your standing with us, by the way? It's just kind of not that bad, actually. I could probably shoot you over and over again and steal your money. But we're not thinking like that one. Now, this is rather sad. However, I don't have what I need to breach the fucking door. Though I could, though then we get into another problem where I can't actually get in because that door is rigged to explode. However, if I hadn't thrown all of my fucking grenades, I probably could have opened that door as well. I have apparently misused all of my options here. Though I did steal their key, though. I've completely fucked this one up, but this is what happens when you give me complete freedom. I'll be back, bank. We're told to check out a bar, too. He's not here right now. I need to see this Mr. Gore-Tex. Some options. Look at the menu. Happy Hop Toad. Yes, that's where you are right now. New Syndicate. What's that? I think you're bullshitting me. Also, you're not selling anything. So, unfortunately, I did have one way of getting through that, but I wound up dying and I lost my one way of actually opening that door. Unless I figure out the key, or I get the hacking tool, which could tell me the password. Still not here. We'll come back for you. Alright, let's blunder off to the residential area and see what... Well, we have to go through the necropolis, which I think is broken, so we're not gonna do the quest in here, even though I know there is one. So I think we're just gonna blunder off to the residential sector and then see if we can... He looked at me funny. So as you can see, I'm not really getting punished for any of this, which is good. Because I'm generally incompetent, and I'm gonna be failing upwards in a lot of this. But you see what happens when you start utilizing force? But there's no consequences because everybody is apparently insane, and this just happens every day. Alright, so this is the residential area, where we can meet a couple of people. Pull. Alright. Off the fucking streets! I'm clearing the area, get off the fucking street! Who the fuck? The area appears to be secure. Also, that's the area back to the Free City. So now we've come relatively full circle here. Though there's also the highway over there, which I haven't explored yet. Okay, so we got a quest. Okay, line of credit. Or rather, okay, Moray Eel, credited investor, right, okay, so. Okay. Udo Shudloss. Udo Shudloss. This man. Ah. Another locked door, but we can get around this. This time we actually have alternate paths of entry. Amazing. Well, that's interesting. I hadn't seen that one before. We'll go have a look at that building in a second here. Yeah, as I'm just casually breaking and entering. But again, I'm the police. I have a search warrant. No, you can't see it. Somebody's playing music pretty loud up there, though. Locked? You don't get a door now. Where'd you come from? The police department. Or, I'm a locksmith, and I'm a locksmith. I'm just trying to get by. I can barely afford to eat. What about your mortgage? I do not have a mortgage. This is a rental apartment. Are you sure you have the right person? The bank would never even consider me for one, even though my rent is higher than the mortgage payments would be. Well, granted, he does only have $12. And this place is a shithole. Beyond, what do you think? Absolutely nothing. God damn it, Beyond. It'd be nice if you had something to say about these quests as they progressed. This bed... I'm not sure what this bed is made out of, but how do you have an apartment with the floor made of dirt? Wouldn't that cost money to get this up here? You have a breaching charge. And also cocaine. 20 cups of espresso? How do you have 20 cups of espresso if you're dirt poor? Udo is telling me that he doesn't have a mortgage. It seems highly suspicious. He does seem to be deep in poverty, though. It's unlikely that I can make him cough up the money. Still, I can't return to Moray empty-handed. Well, I'm gonna handle that right after I go back and actually sleep somewhere. Mercy me, I'm about to keel over dead! Well, look at that. Actually positive income. Amazing. We may actually recover from the horrible debt. You know, in about 1 million years. We need to solve some more fucking cases, though. You guys have anything useful or interesting? Lorenzo, my cases are very difficult. Do you have any advice? No. No, you don't. You don't have any advice either. Neither do you. What about you, Conrad? Nope.
Yay!
Damn. Well, we're going back out into the field. Now we have to worry about Well, how are we going to solve this situation here? Because it may appear that this man is lying to us. However, do we kill someone for the bank in order to get more money? We could be put on the, the good side for the bank. Because, after that whole... Hang on. Everybody off the fucking street. Those cars were probably pretty expensive. We don't tolerate burning Cybertrucks here. So what do we do about Udlo? Maybe I should look at that other apartment over there. Maybe there's something important to find. What's up here first? Because I don't think I ever was up here when I walked around this area. Huh? Ah! Who are you? Nice dog. I'm the founder of a small military contractor firm, the Silver PMC. Dog. One day, this human dog just walked up to me, badly damaged and in great distress. I nursed it to health, and after that, it has refused to leave my side. I never wanted to own a dog, but I feel some level of responsibility for this one. Okay, work. No hard feelings. No hard feelings if we ever meet on the battlefield. It's just work to me. Okay, well, Armored Core player. Nice MG42 you've got there, or MG3 of some description. That, it's a very terrifying looking dog you've got there, and not in like the intimidating way, more like in the dear God, what am I looking at sort of way. Okay, there's a coffee shop up here. Oh. Missing friend. Another missing case. Another missing person's case. Friend of mine, Thomas Lichtenberg, has gone missing. He'd been telling me about his desire to go see the Bitter Gorge, a former nature attraction that his dad would go on and on about to an unhealthy degree. The problem is that the Bitter Gorge these days is a very hostile environment filled of crazies, mainly the Bitter Gorge harvesters. Though I have a feeling the place has been rotten to the core since ancient times. Would you please go look for him? Yet another case. Bitter Gorge. You have to go through the abandoned highway. The entrance is to the right of the Vermilion residence. Be careful. You shouldn't head out ill-equipped. Right, so that's the highway over there, which is about where my knowledge of the game stops. Welcome to my coffee state of mind. Wow, what an immaculate portrait you have there, sir. Don't talk to me before... talk to me before I've had mine. Hee hee. I make the best espresso in all of Pan Europa. Just ask Silver over there. He's seen things. All of my beans are 100% Robusta for that nice, earthy mouthfeel. Have a sip if you like. You'll be hooked. Okay, you sell cocaine. And espresso and cocaine. And a breaching charge. Interesting. Man, you people have a lot of those. I could use some. Oh. What the... Oh, well... Okay, well, now I know where that room went. Now, who the hell are you? Bernardi Estate. I used to work for them as a gardener. They fired me recently for neglecting security protocols. I'm still a bit confused by what they actually meant. Too many smoking breaks, perhaps? Since then, I've been working for the city. The pay isn't as good, but I don't have to worry about being shot by the twitchy 20-something security hire. Enzo Bernardi. He doesn't seem like a fundamentally bad person, but he's a bit creepy. I often hear him grunting and moaning by himself around the house when he thought nobody was around. Do you think he was busting? I did a bit of detective work, and I found out he's active online under the alias Sundere Lover, and seems to be into something called animes, or whatever that is. Oh dear God. Gregorio Bernardi. He has that dead-eyed look about him that some high-level politicians and military personnel have. He definitely knows something you and me could never possibly comprehend. An automatic drone standing on a mountain of bodies. Locked on to a terrible fate beyond human scale. Wow, man, that's a pretty elaborate metaphor there. Bernardi Townhouse Key. Accidentally took the key to the house with me, and I feel like I don't owe the family enough to return it. I could sell the key to you in case you want to check the place out. I recommend going through the back door. There's a lot of security in there. Gregario's safe. Gregario has a safe next to his bed. I have no idea what he's hiding in there, but it's probably valuable. Sadly, I don't know the combination. Why did it open a fucking case? What? Why do I have a case for that? I'm a police officer. Granted, I was just shooting everyone inside a bank. Line of credit. Secret of the state. Gregario Bernardi has a safe full of treasure in his bedroom. I must gain access. Why? Bernardi's estate former gardener, Luca Muller, has revealed to me that Gregario Bernardi is hiding something in his bedroom safe. He's an old man and probably won't even notice if I relieve him of his possessions. Why the fuck am I doing that? I'm a police officer. Granted, I know what game I'm playing, but why the fuck am I doing that? Well, I guess I'm fucking demented then. What are you all enjoying yourself? You being stuck on that manhole cover? Well. Okay, before we do with Udo, let's go fucking talk to the banker and see what he thinks. Yes, the banker whose men I just shot, but I didn't really shoot any- well, I did blow up some civilians and workers, but I didn't shoot him. Clearly, this game is insane, so it'll just kind of ignore that. Uh-oh. Ah! Well, at least I'm on the right side of this. Too much Oregon. Too much gas, not enough control. Come on. Come on. Oh, for the love of Christ. There we go. Now, being a V-Stalker pilot isn't all it's cracked up to be. It's very arduous work with the, you know, the whole not being able to use lethal force most of the time without worrying about going into horrible dead. You know, the dying over and over again thing, which I'm starting to think maybe some kind of like parallel timeline shit or something. I'm just dying and then coming back to a point in time in which I didn't die, but I have all the memories of that, so I can utilize them to do the right thing this time, I suppose. I don't know, man. Huh. this shit again, but okay. Udo's mortgage status. He's telling you he doesn't have a mortgage? Obviously he would say that. They all lie when pressed. Very sad. You might have to use force to get his money. Come back to me when you're done. Udo's money. You've got the money? May I have it? Yes! I need 300 euros. That's the payment? 300, you only need 300 euros? Huh. Well, we could do it the obvious expedited way. So Groundhog Day? Possibly? I'm not quite sure. But it may be something to do with being in the Psycho Patrol itself. Because it may be how we do our investigations is that we kind of just, more or less just kind of corpse drag and fail upwards? That may be... That may be what we're doing here. That may be how we accomplish, like, anything. So they need $300. However, it's going to take some time for me to actually get, like, any of the money that I have back. I could have just teleported there, but I guess I'm just walking and talking here. Alright, well, folks. You're part of my subconscious here, I suppose. What in the fuck is that? Oh, granted, what am I doing? Walk over there with a giant robot. What the hell am I doing?
Can you help me?
I'm gonna need the big boot for this. Oh god, the boot doesn't work. Actually, well, no, it did. I don't think it's dead, though. Wait. Yes, it is? For those lost in the line of duty, 61. Huh. 900... 99,900 and... Oh, 99,100,000. 939. That's ominous. Okay, so what happened to that thing? Did I just kick it out of existence? No, it's dead. Homoroid giblet? Hominoid? Hormonoid? I don't know what the fuck just happened out here. Are we supposed to be just taking stuff from people now? I guess if you think he deserves it, boss. Yeah, yeah, beyond that, as a completely unrelated note, that was just something I was thinking as well. Are we just taking shit from people now? The bank needs $300, though. We could be incredibly patient, though, but there's clearly something going on with the bank, and I have failed miserably to actually, get in there. Because there's something horrible going on in there, so maybe we have to choose a different route here. But apparently none of that shit happened. Or I need more breaching charges. So, well, guys, what do you think? Do we just do this the expedited way, or do we still try to be, you know, the sane cop in the insane world? Uh-oh. All right. Anybody else want to shoot at the police officer today? Off the fucking street! Let's go! I step on you, it's not my fucking problem. You were impeding police business. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. So I think I have that in compact form now. Well. Oop. There we go. Well, I guess we're solving the situation the direct way. Though granted, I'm starting to see where I could probably play this with a straight A. But, well, we have freedom, so let's use it. Hey! How do you have that many espressos if you're poor? This never made any sense. But anyway, so now that we solved that situation, though I still don't know the door code for this entire complex, I could just jump out a window, though, like a crazy person. Anything over here? No, actually. This is just a blank fucking hallway. Alright, so we're just gonna be a repo man here, because we need to get to places and I need money. So I know a guy. Nothing over there, though. I know a guy who can get me money. Ah, there you are. I did figure out where this guy was. Right, so you don't know anything about the SLS panic, but here, I'm just gonna sell you shit, because I have some money. Well, I have some wares to sell you. Here's some bad cocaine. Because we need to get ourselves out of debt and pay the bank $300 fucking dollars. Yes, I have to do this one at a time. Something else the interface desperately needs. Because I don't think there's any way of doing any of this. $30 for a fucking potato? We may need this. Okay, so that was like that was $2,000. That still wasn't enough. But I know another way we could get some money, because I did in fact look around. It involves doing quests. Which you acquire just by literally walking into places most of the time. There's no way to really prompt this. You just walk around and talk to people. This fucker. Got any rumors? The second coming of Christ has been on everyone's lips recently. Strange things happening in Italy. Vatican has been very hush-hush. I'm not ready to believe it just yet. Transcendent meditations. It's a technique for streamlining the betterment of the world invented by, your brain becomes a powerful filter for all the psychological detritus floating about. It can be quite destructive if done by the wrong person. Someone who isn't ready to take it all in, but someone with a steady psyche and noble intentions can send ripples of well-being throughout the planet. Something something noosphere something something. About me. I'm the founder of a startup that is going to revolutionize potato farming logistics under the blockchain. Oh god. There's so much fat to cut in the whole process. It can be slimmed and optimized almost infinitely. I have a metaphor I like. Do you know Moore's law? It's very simple. The rate at which the movement of potatoes and potato-related products can be moved around the globe can easily be doubled every 3 or so years just by using my services. The implications of this are world-shattering. Okay. Dreadful noise. Finally, a police officer. You hear about the complaint I made. Someone's been playing absolutely horrid music in the neighboring building. I can't sleep, let alone think. My work is very important, so this is a huge problem for our entire beautiful nation. Can you please go and do something about this mentally deficient little cretin? I might even have a little something for you if you do. He gives you like $200. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to choose the bad option. Not sure if it really changes anything, though. Granted, I suppose, in the end, if we keep dying and reliving what's going on, then what is, really at the end of the day, what's separate playthroughs, right? I'm sure I could play this perfectly one day, as soon as we know literally everything. Anyway, we're stealing these fucking potatoes. These are my potatoes now. I'm taking them. Including this one. I'm selling to my crack dealer. But yes. Gee, I wonder which guy he was talking about. I suppose in the interest of getting somewhere, being a streamer, after all, I do have to actually, you know, keep this show moving, which is usually gonna be me choosing the expedited options. But this is some stuff that I already ran over as I stumbled through trying to figure out how to play the game. So this is some of the stuff that I know. Just by, you know, walking around and breaking into places at random. Police! You're the one playing the music too loud. Oink, oink. Piggy. Piggy, piggy. Get the fuck out, mate. Ketamine. I fucking hate you coppers, mate. Noise complaint. Tell you what, mate. If you deal with the lad who complained about the raver's music, I'll pay you. How's $5,000 sound, mate? A chirp? Now we're picking the I'm not a good cop option here, but we clearly need to get shit done here, because in order to affect the world, I need power. But unfortunately, I kind of need to destabilize the world a little bit, and that's that dream told me I shouldn't be doing that. But how are you going to change the world without any power to change the world? It's impossible. You need something going for you. And granted, it's not my dividend income. Hey, you! $2,000. Wow. You're gonna have to find some new work. Okay, so if that guy actually pays us the $5,000, I don't actually know. Now I'm just experimenting, because I've done the be a square and do the right thing option and gotten $200 out of it. That guy says he'll pay us $5,000. I don't actually know if he does that, though, and if he doesn't, we're just gonna shoot everybody in that apartment. Because clearly he's probably pretty loaded, so, you know, killing him is probably getting me a lot of money, and clearly he's already breaking the law and refuses to turn his music down. I just committed murder, though, so, oh well. No one's clean, but I'm a police officer. No one's gonna come after me. Problem solved. Wow, he actually gave us money. That's proper sick, mate. Here's the payment I promise. Be seeing you. Wow. He actually gave us the money he promised. Wow, it's really that easy. He still doesn't like us. It's all about proper banging neo-jungle, mate. Sometimes I even relax to some ambient tracks my neighbors... my neighbors thank me for that. Ha 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 hee ho ho ho. Turn that shit off, it'll rot your brain. Alright, so, now I have enough money to go pay the bank. Great! You could probably play this game using exceedingly little violence. But we're gonna get to somewhere just to see if what getting to somewhere is like. Because of course, if there are multiple endings to this game, I just locked myself into the bad ending by doing shit like that. You could probably play it safe, but, well, I know at least one thing in all my years. You need power first to do anything. In order to get power, typically you need lots of money. Alright. Now that that's done, let's go talk to the bank and see if we can make up this little dispute of ours. I'm still going to have to actually break in and probably blow up everything in there because there's something going on in there. However, I need to be accredited by the bank in order to get the power that I need to really change the world. And that's my secret objective, I guess. Huh? Waste of ammo there, but that's a very interesting misplaced polygon. Alright, so now we're money positive again, and now let's see if we can become an accredited investor, or at least get through most of the process of doing that. Right, so, who knows money? Here you go! Very well, I will now process your accredited investor application. Come back to me later. In the meantime, you should invest the necessary $1,500 if you haven't ready to speed things up. Alright, well, now that's done, so now all I have to do is actually get $1,500 in assets. Which I think I have, like, 4,000? No, more than that. Oh! Oh, no! Well, that's terrible, but that's a dip. That's a buying opportunity. What about consumer? So that actually, they went down. Well, actually, no, they. Well, actually, no. Wait. What was my position on these? That's rather. It's kind of odd here because I need to find. I don't exactly know where what my position on these stocks were because it doesn't tell me that. I didn't know exactly how much I invested in, and it's kind of hard to tell exactly where. But apparently, yeah, no, holy shit, the police... the police force went from there to here, so, It's time to buy that dip. Unfortunately, I can only buy one of these things, and I'm gonna have to wait with the $49 that I have left. So that's gonna take some time here, but I think... I'm not sure how much money I have invested here. I'm gonna actually have to do the math. But of course, the obvious thing would be to just talk to this guy. Oh no. That's a problem, because I think I may have broken it by pressing yes. That's terrible. Why are there so many guards out here now? I think I may have broken the game there. Well, actually, in that case, that makes things easier. What am I thinking? If I have already broken the game, then there's no consequence to doing this. Maybe I just want to rob the bank. Maybe it's just me. Ow, though. I'm gonna have to retreat, but I think I can retreat. Probably here. Probably hold the door like that. Nope! I should have just shot the man. I was expecting it to take out the guy behind the door, and it didn't. Whoops! That still doesn't work. That's very sad, because the breaching charge is the only way to open that fucking door. Alright, give me my money back. Oh, I did it again. Gotta watch that corner, man. One day I'll stop making the same mistakes. That was bad, and I almost died, but granted I'm not going to be engaging in combat now, but that was fucking bad. Also, what am I doing? I could just take that highway back. Why do I always go back that direction? Granted, I managed to save the $74, but of course, since we entered combat, we're going to have some problems now. Yep. Damn it! There we go. He didn't have any money. It's very sad. What happened to the teller? Did you guys shoot the teller? That's a problem. Maybe he's off today? I didn't shoot him. We're not actually going to do that. We're just gonna back up very quickly. Very, very quickly. Just refresh the map to see if the teller respawns, because I didn't shoot him. If the NPCs shot him, that's probably that's very bad. Oh no. Alright, well, now the bank's null and void, because now I actually lost the quest-giving NPC, even though I didn't shoot him. I intentionally did not shoot him. You saw me do that, but I guess, problem. Alright, I guess we're mangling through this. Question is, though, how are we gonna get through that? let's have a look at the bank and see if we can find anything. That man... The office where we got the key may have something important in it that I just simply haven't noticed. Because now I think I've doomed a timeline here, and well, we're all in. Moray E told you what? Wait, who is Moray Eel? We don't have an employee by that name. That doesn't even sound like a real name. Are you sure? The only part of what you said that is true is that you do need to make a 15... You son of a bitch. Investment of 50,000 or more to apply. Even then, you can't become a fully accredited investor. But you will then gain access to premium services that include a total of 2 transactions daily. Tell you what, if you can figure out this eel situation, I'll set you right up. Now, wait a minute. He disappeared. But why? That was very strangely unintentional. Okay, I blundered into this, but then I blundered out of it. Ray about this. What on earth is going on? He's dead, though. Well, actually... I can still track you, you son of a bitch. I've got your DNA code in my police database. He is somewhere over there now, for some reason. I'm getting my money back. Oh dear God. Ow! Hey! Well, shit, no one said he had a V-stalker. This might be problematic. Give me the fucking money. Okay, do I even have, like, the firepower needed to kill this guy? Oh. Oh. Outplayed again, huh, video game? Sure, that looked very terrifying, but I, Well, guys, remember what I did with Deus Ex Machina? I did it again. The wonders of corner camping. I, did get quite a lot of money. All the money that I gave him back, too. Interesting. That definitely played for the ammunition. All right, so... Let's go talk to someone who actually works for the bank after I stole the key to their vault, but I didn't do that, apparently. But I did, because I have the key, but apparently no one noticed me doing that, or cares. Yeah, so I shot the guy. Investor... Okay. So this Moray Eel attacked you, and you had to subdue him with lethal force. I can't blame you. I'm sorry you had to go through with all of this. It must have been very stressful. This is most definitely not part of our brand DNA. I'm going to waive the investment requirement for you and activate your premium services immediately. Your daily transaction count is now 2. You will still have to become an accredited investor to further increase your daily transactions. And the requirements for that are a bit more strict. You'll have to invest more than 100,000 in equity, on top of dealing with some regulatory red tape. 100,000? I mean, granted, I get to invest in 2 stocks now, but okay. Has activated premium services on my investment account, doubling my daily transaction count. I feel more like a real investor now, though the trip to becoming a fully actualized accredited investor still awaits me. That was a strange and bizarre journey where I felt like I broke the game, but actually I didn't break the game. It just moved to a new and interesting state of being. Okay, interesting. Okay, I commend the game for appearing to break and then breaking itself back onto the correct timeline. Interesting. Okay. Right, so stock market with all of this extra money. Yeah, the police are still going into the gutter here. It looks as though consumer soft products is on the rise, but you know that's a pretty major dip in the police force there. I might have to buy that dip. Okay, I don't really know what's. Eurofood Max just seems to be going down and down and down, and there doesn't seem to be any way of solving that one. All right, so we're just going to put more money into the police force. Okay, can I buy more consumer soft products, though? No, that was my 2 investments. Damn. There should be a counter somewhere, probably. Okay, so that's a couple $1,000s in there. I need $100,000 in equity. How am I gonna... There's still the issue of what's going on over there, but well, at least we now have 2 stocks. There's still something going on in this fucking bank, though. Something very, very, very interesting. However, we don't have the resources to do this right now, so we're gonna have to just kind of deal with it, but we know there's something going on at this bank. Maybe we'll blow it to pieces the moment I become an accredited investor. Maybe that's what we'll do. I didn't mean to do that. That was one press of D. I quick boosted into the water again. God damn. That is incredibly annoying and inconvenient. Let me tell you. Jesus Christ. Okay. Where does this go, though? I mean, okay, that could actually... Wait a minute. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to use some of that preordained knowledge here, because apparently this is all Psycho Patrol is. Goddamn Homura on a scale unimagined. If I can get up this fucking... There we go. Okay, we're gonna cheat again because I know there's a very good part up there, which requires us to break and enter here, but hopefully no one shoots us, and if they shoot at us, we'll just shoot them back, and they'll die first. This is breaking and entering, though with my amazing powers of observation, I know that there's a very good part up here. This is kind of how you're supposed to get parts. You're kind of supposed to just break and enter. I'm really trying to be logical about this, but this game is not a very logical game, even though it is. I kind of just, I don't want to be that guy that's played the game a million times, you know, has already played the ever-living shit out of the game and knows literally everything about it, but, this game's incredibly difficult, so you know what, I want to make it easier. Okay, so we have to get over there, which means that we're probably going to get shot by some of these guys. Oh. Yep, somebody saw me. Ah! I hear more walking. Okay, we're gonna be very careful about this now, because this has suddenly become me shooting a bunch of people. I think these people are androids, though. Look at that chat up there. I don't think these are real people. They have dogs, though, we have to be careful about. That. there's a sniper up there, which we're going to deal with before we do things. So, there's a man up there who may or may not become, he will become a problem. Just to make sure everybody's dead. We're not the ATF, but we're shooting people's dogs today. Why the dogs have $50, I have no idea. Answers on a postcard there. I don't know why we can enter through there, but... Alright, since I don't actually trust this area, because I have kind of just gone through this area shooting everyone. The TP-1000 Grave. That's a core part. That gives me more than double my hit points from my V-Stalker, which is... I need that. I'm unfortunately relentlessly metagaming, but yeah, I'm trying to rob a bank here, but I'm trying to do it in a... I'm trying to do it in a sort of, like, temporal, time-bending sort of way, but I'm getting, like, Wile E. Coyote'd out of it by the bank security, and that's just annoying. However, I will succeed one day. However, today we'll take what we can get. Because remember, in order to change the world, you need power. And usually this comes in the form of money, but sometimes it's, well, it's finding really destructive things out in the open. King Arthur did it, why couldn't I? The only reason King Arthur got to change the world at all is because he found an incredibly destructive sword, just kind of sitting there. Also, that strange woman in a lake that threw another sword at him. See, I wish I could be this gifted. But you know what? I have to steal things. I wish I had it that easy, but unfortunately, sometimes you just don't. In this crazy world, you need to make up the difference somehow. I just went to the same place that I was in. That's not what I wanted to do. I did yeah, you can actually refill your health by doing that, though. Alright, so we're going to the garage, and we're going to put that nice new shiny part on, which I'm pretty sure I do have the room on these legs. I haven't found any other interesting parts for the V-Stalker, though I have found a leg and another core. The core is on the bridge, and it's a light core, so it's not really all that amazing. The legs are also light legs, which make you move very fast and work very well with the light core. The only problem is, I have no interest in that. So, right, so, standard armor, well, it's armor technically. But so, the Grave. Kinda close to being heavy. Overweight, though. That's a little bit of a problem. Okay, so what do we have here? Right. Generally speaking, what I want to do is just use those. Really? I kind of just want to use the autocannons. I think the 13mm APHE actually has more kill power, but look at that fucking price. I don't think we can afford that much. We need to kill the men that we encounter dead, but... Right, so. Looks nice, doesn't it? Okay, so now we have 1,100 armor instead of 500. So that's pretty good. That's actually better than the heavy armor you get with starting with the SWAT class. So that's very much making the game easier. Alright, well. We lost money again. But granted, we've got more in dividends now, so we should be making more. However, unfortunately, with the expenditures of, this line of work, we're just gonna have these problems. But doesn't it look nice? Menacing, really. We're incredibly slow now, though. That's kind of a problem. We're not really getting out of that. Well, I could just teleport there and I don't have to literally walk over there. Fun zone. Yeah, I have to use Orgon to just move around. Granted, I was moving this ponderously anyway. See, the EU flag has evolved, yes. I was moving this ponderously or trying to anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Shots ricocheted and blew up that car. Very sad. Oh, right! Get off the fucking street! That man has a safe up there, and I forgot about that. Do I have another? Yeah, I've used the breaching charge again with this. Damn. Granted, I can buy one from my crack dealer, but still. Hang on here. I think there's another quest in this building. Something about the dog, which I now know where to actually resolve that, but... Yes, you. About me. I work at a small hedge fund as an analyst. I get great satisfaction from my work. It aligns with my values. Business. For some of us, it's always booming. If you invest someone else's money and just rake in the fees, it doesn't matter if you're beating the market or not. Yep, that sounds like a despicable banker. Anyway, Lost Dog. I came home one day, and this whole apartment was You have $50,000 on you. I've just realized that. What is with all this money? This whole apartment is ransacked. However, nothing was missing. At first, I thought someone had come here for me, possibly a disgruntled investor. But after a while, I noticed that my precious human dog, Face Ripper, was missing. Can you believe it? Someone has stolen my dog, and if I ever find the person who did this, I will kill them with my bare hands. Where have we seen a dog in this area? Now, I forgot who I talked to about this, but there's some other guy that points me in a direction, but I can't remember exactly who he was. That guy has $50,000 on him. I could just shoot him right now and we'll be rich. Civilians, I just see yellow raincoats and wallets on the street that I walk over after I do that. Granted, again, we could be just morally bankrupt here, but I'm really trying to maintain some kind of, sensibility here. However, we need power. However, if we just shoot the bankers and take their money, what separates us from those no-good fucking communists? We need to have a little class about this. When I first met this dog, it was severely beaten and malnourished. It was surprising it could still walk. It wasn't stolen. It had obviously escaped from the dire living situation. I refuse to return this dog to whoever it escaped from. I see. Silver, I think you're right. According to Silver, Vladimir's dog wasn't stolen, but actually escaped from Vladimir, who had been beating it. Either he or Vladimir is lying. It is true that the dog has taken a liking to Silver. Word against word. I must trust my keen instincts. Well, let's go talk to him first and see what happens here. But I think, you know what, in order to let the, the grizzled mercenary have his dog, I think I'm just gonna shoot the bank. But again, we need to have a little bit of class here. But then again, I suppose at the end of the day, do what I say, not what I do. I'm a terrible act to follow like that. Alright, so you. Animal abuse. You actually found the dog and didn't bring it back? What's wrong with you, you imbecile? You're insinuating that I beat Face Ripper? Fuck you. Face Ripper just needs to be disciplined, hardened into a proper guard dog. Are you soft or something? You'll never discipline anyone. Fuck off. Get out of here. All right. All right, that's $50,000 in the hole there. All right, he was guilty of animal abuse, and that's just not okay. It's worth $50,000. I tell you, that's a pretty guilt-free $50 there. He did in fact say he was abusing his horrible eldritch monster dog, and $50,000 for shooting an animal abuser is pretty fucking good money. I'm not a communist. I'm just a man with good morals. Right, so Silver, you're a good guy. Owner's been dealt with. The owner won't bother me? That's good news. I don't want to know what you did, but I've grown quite fond of this dog. Maybe I'll even give it a name now. Face Ripper isn't really my style. Well, Silver, you go do what you want to, sir. You very interesting looking mercenary dude, probably straight out of an Armored Core game. But, well, this seems like the correct ending here. This is a bit more justice. And also, well, justice today paid quite a lot. Good lord, that's $50,000. That gets me to being an accredited investor real fucking quick. Dude has an MG42, yes. I see no problem in this logic. Guy asked to die. I mean, yeah, he did, honestly. He started an altercation with a police officer, and, he was clearly abusing an animal, which, is probably against the law in some cases, or just in really poor taste. I suppose in the way, me being a police officer in this situation is really me trying to create the world that I want to live in. And unfortunately, that's not quite exactly a perfect situation, because if I do horrible things, then people are allowed to do horrible things right back to me. It's just not a... you kind of have to beat people with sound logic in this situation in order for the world to be a better place. But sometimes it just kind of lines up with, hey, fuck you, stop beating your dog. No? Okay then, die. See, that's part of the world that I want to live in. We'll work on this, obviously. We can come around. I'm the new recruit, with the giant robot. I can evolve. I need to learn. As is a comedy of errors. Okay, so do I have enough to actually invest a load of money now? Because that's $50,000. It's pretty easy now to actually... Okay, right, no, that's the quick start guide. Right, so... Stock market, right. Alright, so, we're gonna buy that fucking dip. Yep, okay, good. And put some more in consumer soft products. Yep, okay, there's my whole 2 investments. I don't know how much money I have, but it's quite a lot of money now. Excuse me. Get off the fucking street before I run your asses over. I'm still trying to be a nice person. I'm really trying. Yep, flawless logic. Absolutely flawless logic. And we'll correct the logic and make things better with absolute power. Because that'll clearly never go wrong, right? It's a very ugly and disgusting situation where, yeah, sometimes you just want to get what you want, and that involves just shooting people. But you don't really want to live in this world, because then you have to worry about a bunch of jack-offs shooting you when they want something for you. You could be strong enough to kill all of those guys, but again, it's propagating the problem. You are leading by example, even if you don't intend or want anyone to follow you. That's always the bastard about these sorts of things. But in some cases, yeah, no, sometimes it's just incredibly easy to shoot some dude in the head who's just beating his dog. That's really easy to do. Morally clean, honestly. Can I become an accredited investor yet? Nope. Clearly I don't have enough money then. Clearly I need to shoot more investment bankers. I could rob the rich people for no apparent reason. Or I could buy more breaching charges with this money. Though granted, we've used our transactions for today, and we can't exactly get money out of it now. Okay, so I guess we'll just go rob the rich people. Holding down spacebar doesn't seem to be a bad thing. I'm moving about as slow as I was walking with the other legs. Or rather, with the lighter load here. So maybe we need better legs. Well, we could go out and... Well, before we start shooting up the entire place, we could go out to the highway and see what's going on out there. It's probably going to cost us an arm and a leg, but we do have, apparently there's some shit going on out there. Roll them up. One of these days, you people are gonna learn. Alright, so now we go to the abandoned highway, and then we get to the Bitter Gorge, I think, on the other side? Which, alright, we'll unlock that one. And apparently there's an attack helicopter in the corner here, and if you've seen the trailers, you know this area. So apparently we have to cross the highway here, but who the fuck knows what's gonna happen here? Thankfully, I have at least a solid amount of armor to make this somewhat, well, Granted, he's attacking us with rifle-caliber weapon systems. That was not worth the money he forced us to actually use, but if he got any closer, who knows what the fuck he was gonna use on us. He might try and use rocket pods, and oh, here we go. Oh, damn it. Yep. Unfortunately, the V-Stalker took off my armor, and I still died, even though I have the amazing fucking armor kit that I have right now. See? It makes it slightly easier, but not very. We're going into debt today. Really, at the end of the day, it's a lot of just playing an area, dying repeatedly, and then just acing the area because you know where all the enemy spawns are. Granted, I think that's intentional in a way, even if it is incredibly fucking difficult. Fucking technicals. Reload! Ah! I got rammed by a fucking technical. There's a lot of enemies in here. This is gonna be incredibly fucking expensive. However, this is what happens when we forge onto new areas. At least we've got plenty of assets now. I got $50,000 more in the bank. we might be able to actually afford this in terms of dividends per day. Because Lord howdy, we're gonna need it. Sunflowers, huh? The gun's reloading is gonna kill me. Give me my fucking money back, you cocksucker. Ah, damn it. You really just gotta get out of the line of fire unless you immediately... Like, it's one of those things where he who sees who first is gonna get the kill. Damn it all, though. That and make sure the man's fucking dead when you shoot him. We could flank around, though. Oh, that only goes... Ah, okay. That only goes up there. There's something very strange going on in that tower that I can't hit. Yep, now you're shooting at us. Ooh, I apparently can't hit him and he can't hit me. Ah, so the Hind can penetrate us. It's just that the AP is so low, he needs to be very close to do that. He's still alive. Come on. Ah! I ran out of ammo. Son of a bitch! I ran out of ammo. That's another thing. Ammunition supply. Okay, is there a quicker way to get up here without engaging literally everything? Let's try another route. Because obviously, clearly, I need to be on the highway in order to get up there. Is there an easier way to clear this, though? Unfortunately, I don't have the resources in terms of health to be battle-teching this, which is kind of what I wanted out of a heavy unit, but I guess not. Hopefully, there are even more heavy and terrifying equipment. I have yet found. Right, okay, so we have to be on the highway. Right, there's no easy way of getting up there. Well, at least he's dead now. Where did that other tank come from, though? There. Eh, god damn it, I couldn't get the guns on him fast enough. Damn! Maybe I should just take out the helicopters first. Very quickly prune all of them so they're not a surprise anymore. I will attempt to perfect the tank gameplay. Somehow. Clearly the game is very difficult if you try and play it like this, though. I don't think the tank saw us. Somewhat of a miracle, that one, but I don't think he saw us. Okay, so we zip over here really quickly and knock out this tank before he has time to call for help, which is probably just screwed up now, but we'll see. Okay. See, it really is just doing that. Just knowing where the fuck they are and then shooting them full of holes. Fortunately, my targeting system can't actually hit that guy from over here. I suppose this is why I should have an anti-armor weapon so I could just get out and use said armor. That's bad because I don't have any armor left. He's not pinging me at all, so hang on here. Sniper rifle probably would be pretty good right now, too. Yeah, I can't hit him. We'll deal with him as long as we take care of his tank friend. Wherever he fucking went. There he is. I'm out of ammo again. Son of a fucking... Well, we're gonna have to do this the funny way. Okay, so I'm in the shadow of the sniper, so he can't immediately shoot me. Is this a cord? Oh. Well, hello there. That's interesting. I'll take that. Oh, no. Okay, he either can't traverse his gun down far enough to shoot me, or he doesn't see me. Either one works. Oh, no, he could see me. He can't shoot me. Maybe he'll just fuck off and go away. If I get the sniper, I can probably kill the tank. If we get the sniper. I'm pretty sure we can probably... you're gonna be fucking touchy. Probably. I didn't take any fucking chances. We might be able to get away with this. I don't know who these people are, but they're all probably hostile. Not a single one has been friendly. Oh, that's a bastard. Oh, he's gonna be able to shoot me the moment I start walking up there. Oh, you cock. Well, we're gonna have to try it. He can't see me. Oh, you cocksucker. He dropped the sniper rifle all the way back down the hole. Okay, well that's still doable. I guess it's because it's nighttime. He can't actually see me. Okay, so. Where's the gun? Where's the gun? Ah, okay. Isn't it? This is a fucked up looking intervention. We're gonna have to put that down because we don't need that. Okay, can I? 12.7. That should be able to penetrate armor. Assuming we can actually hit the man. That's not helping. Yeah, it's not helping at all. That's terrible. That's absolutely fucking terrible. Okay, so is there a way to... Okay, I suppose we could try and hop back on the highway. This is going to get very interesting very quickly. Because we need to take out that tank, but of course, obviously, I don't have the ammo in my mech in order to do that. Sniper from the tower. I could Yeah, I could. I think I've wasted my ammo, though. I think that was probably my one chance. Maybe I can kill him with 2 shots. 2 very well-placed shots. Nope. The tank spotted me and I died. Nope. Well, now I know there's nothing much to really be done over there. Okay. We need to make an adjustment. I need more ammo. Though we could just try and blitz through the entire thing really quick. So we could try that. We could just lighten the mech up again and try the age-old time-honored tradition of fuck it, just blitz it. That could work. Because the armor isn't really helping us, because we just keep dying. However, one thing we will do. I don't know if the 13mm is actually is good for clearing armor, but I know the 20 mils are. It's our reserve crotch 20 mil. Wait, again, what am I doing? This is gonna put us in debt, but hey, I think we have enough assets that we can reliably, once we stop shooting things for a day or two, actually get out of debt. He has died. I'm still really heavy. Uh-oh. I got stuck. I got stuck on the fucking... the embankment on the side of the highway. Alright, we're doing this again. Well... Oh, god damn it. I wanted to go to the side, but I can't side boost like that. God damn it. Because I see the hover, or like the Argon boost as like being able to boost in a certain direction, and no, that doesn't work. You just go forward. My brain wants to tell me my mech works in a way that isn't how my mech works. Well, they're dead. Okay. Can we take out the tank? Not really. it is. I just can't seem to get the shots out fast enough to kill them when I have them in my sights. It's weird. It might be down to just having, like the magazines being empty when I really don't need them to be empty. Because for some reason, my ammunition supply... Yeah, no, okay, now it is. I can't reload from here, though. I guess I have to manually get out and reload. Okay, maybe there is just a way I was just missing. Maybe there is a way to hide behind literally a single pixel. Yeah, okay. Hiding literally behind a single solitary pixel. They're dead. Okay, that should be it, aside from the dude in the tower who's gonna shoot at me. I just need to be an even more egregious corner camping fuck? That's the answer, I guess. There's something else over there shooting at me, but maybe I can get away with it before it becomes a problem. I think it's another technical. I'm doing this literally just to get through the area, not to do anything special or funny. Yes, you're shooting at me with bullets that can't pen me. There's probably more in this area to explore, but we're just trying to get to the major fucking thing here, which is now. Outside HQ? Oh! That's up here? What do you mean this is the area up here? Well, where does this go then? It goes nowhere. Son of a bitch! I've been had. That wasn't the right way. That just goes up here. More early access content, I suppose. Yeah, it just brings me back up here, which I didn't want to go to. Okay. A highway that serves no purpose indeed. This is probably the worst part of the area to enter into, but maybe I could probably just kind of... Oh lord, all the helicopters. Dance. Okay, so yeah, all the helicopters hate me. Okay, so now we're gonna go exploring. I apparently have just enough movement there to actually get out of that. Oh god. Oh god damn it, I had the other gun, but I didn't think to use it fast enough. I immediately ran out of ammo! Son of a bitch! Bigger magazines, please! They will just immediately start shooting me the moment I spawn, so. Alright, so the square outside the reticule is the lead marker. Okay, you... Fucking goddamn. Nope. Couldn't get it in time. Son of a bitch. Yeah, now I've just got one magazine left. God, that's annoying. Holy shit, I didn't lead any of those shots properly. I got hit by the sniper. Son of a bitch. Man. Well, it forces you to be a better pilot or fucking die. That's really the whole game. Why can't I hurt him? And I think yeah, I'm out of ammo already. I've got the crotch gun, though. That'll be able to take him out, assuming I actually get the shot on him. Okay. He hits me and I die and I can't look down. Wow, the crotch gun is actually really terrible. Wow! That's fucking awful! It has no traverse whatsoever! I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, that put me in a terrible position. Oops. Maneuverability will save your life in this situation, but now, really, the way I'm playing it is simply just know where the enemy is. God damn it. I don't have enough ammo. Let's cease this nonsense here, because I do have to get out there, but I think, well, I think what I need is... Actually, fucked up, I just blacked out inside my mech, apparently. Interesting. I think what I need is actually just getting the light core, which we can do, but is also weird. No fall damage. We could just be, incredibly zippy here, because as you can see, it's very much a who engages who first situation. So I should be going back to the hangar and actually, to put on the better core. So since we've already done this, remember this? Hang on. We've done this before. We've done this before. It's terrible. At least I have lots of invested assets. But the thing here is, as you can see, it's not really about getting shot. It's actually, being able to shrug off a hit is good, but you're not supposed to get hit because everything is made of such glass. Or at least with the parts that I have. Right, so, this has a use. But the major problem is the complete lack of ammo. What am I doing? Can I teleport to the bridge? I don't think I have something. Yeah, I have to physically walk to the bridge. Fortunately, that DNA damage is getting quite high here. I don't know what that happens when that bar fills, though. Something very bad, I suspect. At least when we're dealing with light mechs, I can get away with being this slow. But this was actually faster on the heavy legs. So I'm assuming, well, actually, I thought the heavy legs you get when you start with the SWAT officer was the same legs as the standard legs. They're not. So it would appear that I need to upgrade maneuverability in order to really actually be able to use a V-Stalker with this much, you know, armor. Could be a thing that, like in Cruelty Squad, where you replace your face with a mask of absolute horror. I mean, possible. I don't know what that does. Maybe we'll figure it out. This we have enough armor for. The problem is that I keep getting into the engagements that get me killed because I don't have the ammo supply for that. Oh, let's see here. What the? So yeah, gun. Thank you. Good. Okay, so the part we're looking for is in that building over there, and I guess we're just gonna use excessive ports now. Fuck it. Hey, you! Stand goddamn still. Most annoying fucking shooting gallery in the entire fucking city. Alright, I think that's most of them. There's still more in there, but there isn't any way of shooting those guys. Oh. Clicked with the dick gun. The useless fucking dick gun. Right, I think that's most of the threats that I can engage from the outside. However, there are more threats. I don't know who these people are, but they keep shooting me every time I come over here. I don't know what they want. I don't know what they were doing, but really, they're just incredibly annoying. Nice $80, though. Okay, so now we have to be very careful about this because there's going to be more guys in here, and if we're not careful, we're going to get shot in the head as we try to get up. Now, I think this is the safer route. Yeah, okay. Because going into there means hopping into a completely closed-off building with no windows. Meaning that I have to act fast, or I'm fucking dead. I'm pretty sure there's another person in here. Yes, there was. Right fucking there. And here's the light core. The coffin. And honestly, there isn't any other reason for me to waste any more ammo on the guys down there. There's several. I don't need to go there, though. Fuck you. You're not worth my time. Or the ammunition I need to expend to kill you. And again, you could give me an extra dollars, but you know what? If I want extra dollars, I could just sit here and wait for my dividend funds to come back in. I shot an investment banker in a morally clean engagement. Alright. So that's the light core. The legs, however, are in the necropolis, and that means well, actually, it means we have to jump shark on a quest that I don't think functions properly. Oh, dear God, the debt. Oh, the debt! Yeah, we're gonna be out of commission for several days here. Just kind of working on that debt. We're gonna find something to do, though. Maybe we'll steal from the rich people. Remember when we were responsible and actually maintaining a positive? That was actually kind of a first. For me, at least, while playing this game, initially starting out. We're discovering new and exciting things, though. And getting into colossal amounts of debt doing so. Yeah, but, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:30, so I think we'll take a break from the police force. I do enjoy this game, but as you can see, wow, it can be incredibly awful. Unless you're playing it, you know, incredibly, incredibly skillfully, or with basically, you know, preordained knowledge. I.e., you know where all of the enemies are, and you react instantaneously to their positions and kill them before they can actually react to you. Which is, in a way, I guess an interesting feeling, but it also requires you to fail. But my running theory is that this is just how we do things. We fail upwards like that, where our agents just kind of go into a situation and die repeatedly over and over again, trying to figure out exactly how many threats there are, and by the end of it, they know exactly where the threats are, so they walk in and play the timeline again and do it completely perfectly, and everyone's really fucking amazed and thinks that we're really incredibly skilled. No, we just spent several hours failing upwards until we can do it perfectly. Maybe that's how this entire organization works. I don't know. Discover new and exciting ways to go into debt that don't exist in the real world. Yes. And as you saw, basically using the V-Stalker is a one-way ticket to just incredible amounts of debt. However, if we don't do that and just kind of wait around for a couple of days, being very patient, we'll get our money back. Hell, I could sell off my stocks and be out of debt now if I really wanted to, but that would be a terrible idea. We'd lose the investments. But, so, ladies and gentlemen, that's our show for today, and that's at least a bit of Psycho Patrol R. I like this game. It's just that in some ways it's very hard to like. And it's clearly also not done. This is a hard sell. It really is a hard sell to actually buy now at $40. Granted, the developers are now in the black in terms of profits, so they don't desperately need your help, but so that aside, it's a very interesting game. It's very interesting to explore and kind of just like learn how to play the game. I just, for some reason, I want to like this game because giant robots and, you know, I can get behind the whole demented Patlabor thing. It's very hard to like, though, is my stance on it, because I feel like it's going for something it's not quite good at yet, or rather, it's very strict. I can't tell if it's good or bad yet, is the thing, because some things seem intentional and some things don't. And it's kind of hard to tell when, you know, the people who made Cruelty Squad, where half of the game feels like, you know, just a contest of, you know, cheesing the levels when they're intentionally designed like that in some respects. I don't quite know. So, this is a very hard sell in terms of, like, you gotta play this. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. Is it fun? I can't say with certainty that it is. It's entertaining, but I can't really say that literally everybody should come in and play this, even if this is outside your wheelhouse. It's definitely an experience. We'll see how early access goes, I suppose. And maybe the game will improve dramatically and the game will be somewhat different by the time it gets out of early access. I'm not quite sure. But this is definitely a very niche game. The nichest game I've ever played. Probably in a long time, at least. So, I can't quite say you should run out and buy this, but if you like the Cruelty Squad developers and what they do, you're gonna find things to like here, but you're really gonna have to give it a try in some cases. You're gonna have to really try to like the game and kind of just say, okay, this is incredibly annoying, but is there anything valuable at the end of this road? I want to say yes, but Truthfully, I have no idea, and I'm just kind of muscling over the game in some cases to figure it out. I figured out enough to start, I think, but as you see, I'm still running into tremendous amounts of problems. So, the game's a struggle. You're definitely going to be here for a while contending with it. Whether or not that time spent to get to whatever the fuck is back beyond the game, behind the scenes in the game, whatever's really going on, that's going to be up to you, whether or not those hours are worthwhile. I think it's got a somewhat of a swagger to it. A little bit, I think. So I kind of want to put the try in to say, well, I know what I could wear this, this funny costume that is Psycho Patrol R. But attempting to figure out if this is worth anything, yes, I'm still out on that one. I don't quite know if this is going to be worthwhile. I really don't know. But well, one thing's for certain here. This world has a lot of secrets. What those secrets are, and what they entail, I'm not quite sure. But man, the AI actually lagged out on that one. It's usually faster to instantly kill me there. I discovered that just by mucking around trying to see things, but I think our boss is a psycho hazard. Don't tell anybody I did that, though. That was just one timeline of figuring something out, but I think our boss is a psycho hazard. I think this whole thing might just be some weird fucking, like, backwards logic problem creating a problem in order to, like, create itself sort of thing. Like, you've made a big deal about a problem so you can make the problem worse because you are the problem in a weird way. I don't quite know. There's something interesting going on here. I just don't know what it is. What actually is going on being interesting enough to make this entire experience valuable, though. Again, chill out on that one. This might be worth your time, but be ready to try. Be ready to try to like this game, because it does really feel like you need to try to like this game. Anyway, though, that's enough rambling by me, ladies and gentlemen. That's our show for this evening. I have been your host, Phontomen, and this has been at least the first part of Psycho Patrol R. This is going to be a struggle, but I want to like this game, and I want to see what's really going on here. Maybe it's just the giant robots. Maybe I'm just that fucking simple, and I could be hooked into literally anything with the idea of giant robots, but, I'd like the giant robots to be a bit more fucking durable. That's just me, though. Good night, folks.